We good? We good? Okay, good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Almost didn't make sure that was turned on. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Let's get the game pulled up here. I don't remember exactly where we were at with Repanse, nor do I remember if I think we were playing on 6.2, so the campaign should still be functioning. Shouldn't have any major issues, but oh man. I hope you're all doing well. It occurred to me I'm probably gonna need to turn that down a smidge. I'm sure y'all will be sure to let me know if the audio's okay. Save file is for an older version of the game. It should be okay. All the skinks are down. All the skinks are down. Oh dear God. Let's see. It should be working now. Thank you, Hawk. Hello, hello. Good to see you all. Started. Hello, hello. Vicente? Is it Vincent or Vicente? Chosen? Zyphius Cooper, John Kindy, Istian, Lion, Omnicide, hello, hello. Sky Wampa, how's it going? Hoppet. Rovanier, Hawk, of course. Lovely to see you all. We'll hop into this in just a second, but figured we could take just a little bit to chat as we're waiting for folks to kind of come in for a bit. Hopefully y'all were able had some time to maybe check out today's video where we went over all the stuff regarding the Lizardman fix. But we're in nature. We're in a post Hashit has returned world with Hashit being in the Chaos Dwarfs confirmed for Age of Sigmar, which has been a long time coming. I mean, I remember, if you don't count, which I feel like it shouldn't count, but if you don't count the, like, legacy lore bullshit from first edition Age of Sigmar, which was very different, we did not have confirmation of Chaos Dwarfs until, that would have been the end of second edition. Yeah, it would have been the end of second edition. Because it would have been during... actually, it would have been right before the end of second edition. Because it was during the special expansion book they did. Before Broken Realms. Which focused on... Orphean Catacross of the Ossark Bone Reapers smashing his way through the realm gate into the all points and taking a good chunk of Archaon's fortress, because he said to destroy a bunch of the foundries of the Chaos Dwarfs. What are the chances the new fantasy thing is AOS over 40k? I would say non-existent. I would say there is a 0% chance of that happening, because the optics would be so bad. Like, the Creative Assembly is not stupid enough to do that. Shady Spinach, Night of Ren, good to see you both. Apologies for all the yawns. I just ate lunch, and for whatever reason, after I eat lunch, I'm always I always yawn a bunch. Man, I gotta fix my lighting in here. The reason this little patch of green is here is because, like, there's a shadow right there that's being cast because for some reason that light is a lot weaker than that light, which is causing a shadow there, which makes the green screen look a little funky because that's like technically not the same vibrant green. But I also like kind of want to get rid of these lights because they make me so bright. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to fix it at some point. It's annoying. I just have to, I don't know how I'm gonna fix it, but I'll figure something out. But it's a hot day down in Texas. It is hot, 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 hot. Just to keep her secrets in the corner, of course. Sotek, now that Creative Assembly considering single Lord packs, would love to hear your top picks. I mean, we know we're getting Neferata. That's beyond a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion. Which I think is a reasonable one. Some that I would like to see. So, I mean, when I think of the single Lord packs, I primarily am thinking of them coming with very few units as well. So, like 2 to 3 units, or 1 to 2 units probably is even more realistic. So, like, one that jumps out at me immediately would be Igrum von Horseman. Igrum von Horseman for Tzeentch. And the only things I would bring with him is I would bring Galroch as a legendary hero, which would be super easy because he's very similar because he's also a big Chaos Dragon. And then I would do what a lot of people in the community are referred to as the Azure Princes, but basically a elite infantry squad of Tzeentch warriors. So kind of like how we have the Wrathmongers for Khorne. Eventually, I suspect we will have the Putrid Blight Kings for Nurgle, and then something, or we have the Champions of Slaanesh. The Champions of Slaanesh, I think, are monstrous infantry, not infantry, which is interesting. Because I think, I want to say the Wrathmongers are considered regular infantry in the game. And then, you know, like, you have Aspiring Champions for Undivided. So I'd like to see, like, the Azure Princes be, like, Tzeentch's equivalent to that. And that would be, like, good for Tzeentch. Tzeentch is done after that. Like, if you do Igrum Galroch and just that unit of Azure Princes, done. Completely done. You don't need to do anything else for Tzeentch. Why does this Bretonnian want to put trousers on a big female cat? Oh, Repanse the lion. Oh my god, that's stupid. That's stupid and I hate it. Oh, good lord. Alright. Patate Poli. Thank you very much for coming by the stream. Good to see you. Jay Spinach. Hello, hello. Snatterino, Red Duke and Boris Todbringer. Yeah, both of those I think could be reasonable. It'd be weird to make people pay for them, I feel like, though. Unless they came with, like, a lot of stuff. No, I don't think Thanquol will be in these. I think these are... Thanquol, I think, is going to be in something big. Yeah, I can't... I could see Dark Elves getting one. Dark Elves, if they did, like, Talaris Dreadbringer with Helldrakes and Rephilim, right? Like, that would be a really good one. Because we could get the other legendary heroes we need from other sources. All right, so we've got a shitload of Tomb Kings coming in. I don't think they have any siege weaponry, so I can fight from like a corner, which will give me what little advantage I can have against just horrific amounts of undead. But I'm also kind of tempted to just throw the character squad at them. But I think it would be better to fight from like a distant back corner And then I can have the character squad kind of like reinforce from there. That's probably the smart thing to do. Battle programs are like super spread out. So they're innately... Are y'all immune to psych? No, you have frenzy. That's what it is. Oh no, you are immune to psych. Well, is that because of the frenzy? Or do you have immune to psych independent of frenzy? I think they have an independent of frenzy. Oh wait, all my guys have immune to psych. Probably because of Repanse. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I actually need to get rid of the Grail Relic in my army then. I actually don't even need the Grail Relic. I mean, well, I mean, that melee attack and leadership buff's still nice. I don't know, I'll have to think about that. Because I could get rid of that and just get another unit of, like, Battle Pilgrims. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna choose to reinforce a corner, and then we'll go from there. You just want Nagash ASAP? Well, I mean, if the rumors are true that the next DLC is an End Times DLC, that would be Nagash. But Nagash is not going to be one of these tiny DLCs. Nagash is going to be in something very, very big. Nagash is such a massive character. Actually, I don't think we need to be that close. Yeah, y'all can hang out behind the halberds, because then you can countercharge. I kind of wish I had a bonus paladin. That should get them through that. Good news is we can hopefully get him to use all his tombstones before the battle gets too far underway. Almost feel like CA would want to have Nagash Thickle in different DLCs. Well, it depends. If the End Times DLC is truly the biggest DLC ever, then it could probably have just an absolute insane amount of just stuff, which would allow like 2 characters like that to share a DLC. But I mean, I have an overall pretty hard time imagining Thenkel or Nagash being in anything smaller than like a full-size Lord pack. You know what I mean? Let's make y'all a little more dense, actually. I think we want a little bit less of a wide frontage with our spears.
We serve our liege, as you say.
Alright, we're just gonna keep an eye out for the next Tomb Swarm cast. Because those things fucking hurt. How much magic do I have? 114. Okay. Do you have... Ooh, you've got the Forbidden Rod, though. Hell yeah. Juice me up! Alright. They do have a Bone Giant. That's not very nice. I maybe should have gone out and destroyed that. That's okay. We'll deal with that in a little bit. What would be in the End Times DLC? If you were to do everything in the End Times, everything, it would be... I mean, they would have to expand it. They'd have to flesh it out with more. But you'd be looking at... you'd be looking at Skaven getting Vermin Lords. God damn it. That is a very generous aura on that fucking... Tomb Swarm. Okay, he's only got one more. Shit hurts. Ugh. So you have the Putrid Blight Kings, the Magath Riders, the Glotkin, and the Tentacle Lord, Gutrot Spume. All of that's for Nurgle/Chaos. You also have Thanquol and Bone Ripper, Screech Vermin King, the Vermin Lords, and the Storm Fiends for the Skaven. Then you have Nagash, the Morghast Harbingers, the Morghast Archai, and arguably the Dread Abyssals. For Nagash.
By the lady! Run! Legate!
And then you've got... I mean, that's all the big stuff, right? But they could supplement that rather significantly with, like, other things from relevant factions. Or they could just not be doing that and they could do something else. Like, I would not at all be upset with a Dogs of War thing. Like, a big Dogs of War thing would make me so unbelievably happy. Yeah, the one big thing I'm worried about is the inevitable Ushapti summon. Okay, Cetra's here, but he is pretty messed up. He's at half health. Yeah, the only thing I'm really worried about is the Bone Giant and the Great Bow Ushapti. Everything else... Ew, he's got the Chosen of the Gods, too. Everything else should keel over pretty easily. So I think we'll mostly want to take this fight over here. And then let my army kind of focus on its own little spot. Alright, let's go kill some shit, boys. It's not a very chivalrous way of fighting. This is very chivalrous, allowing my great and noble epic heroes to go forth and smite the enemy in the lady's name. While the peasants are protected by the most chivalrous of knights, who are willing to set aside their personal glory. I'm gonna fireball that bitch. Out of the way, bitch. Oh, boy, he's getting chunked. A little faster, Felix. A little faster.
You require magic? Lyonesse!
Alright, he's basically dead.
Repanse de Lyonesse! You require magic?
Strike!
Keep it up, folks. Keep it up, folks.
Steady! I will! Paragour!
I see much!
Alright, we're gonna drop a big one of these.
Power of light! Tribes of light!
Alright, here comes Cetra.
Lady awake! Repanse de Lyonesse!
See, can I fireball the point blank?
Sorceress! With
I just need to make sure I don't get shot.
Already! I am your man!
Let's get him on. Oh, here he comes!
divine fury!
Ooh.
Yes, now!
Okay, Repanse, I need you on that giant. Go get him.
In the light of the lady! Forthwith!
Don't focus my healer, it's rude.
Vanquish them!
Quickly!
Gotrek, save me!
Damsel!
I'm gonna regrowth myself, because I'm stuck.
Feel true power! At speed! Hurry! The lady's command! Sorceress!
Victory awaits!
Apace!
Oh, this is so scary.
At once! For my lady!
Trying to look for good opportunities to just cast off the occasional spell and make sure I keep dodging. Hey, great job, boss man. Let's go kill. Let's get this Tomb Prince. Let's drop a Dwellers over here. Knights, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, y'all gotta hop in here. Nope, fuck that, fuck that. I'm not getting involved. Leave me alone, leave me alone. Ah! Pop that. Okay, everybody's doing pretty good. Ooh, they got the Blessed Legion. That's not fun. I can harass them a bit. Okay, good charge on the Knights. Yep, great job, boys. Great job. Don't be afraid to fall back. Drop that there. Drop another one of these over here. Gonna run away from these chariots. Why don't you come over this way? Let's see if I can kill this king. Take down that bone giant. Fall back. Fight smarter, not harder. Questing Knights are gonna slam into them. Ground Knights are gonna slam into them. I'm gonna keep harassing these archers. Let's not let those spearmen get an easy engagement. Make sure we keep our abilities cycling, folks. Let's keep our abilities active, please. Let's get damage resistance on our bird boy. Let's get a Dwellers Below on those spears. Ooh, Knights are having a straight up not good time, but that's alright. Y'all aim that way. Fall back! Let the peasants fight for a bit. Shut them down, shut them down. Scary, 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 scary. Get in there. Get on the eyes of the desert.
Orders, my lord. Aye, doing our duty.
Into them! Into them! Alright. Where's our life wizard? She is struggling a little bit. That's okay. Repanse, Henry. Okay, good. She's free. All right, awesome. Oh, spooky. Let's drop this on the questing knights. Keep those buffs up. Ooh, get away from me. Drop that there. Oh god, that summon new Shabti in our back line hurts. It hurts a lot. The peasants are doing great. Like the peasants are they're holding the line like kings.
Infantry!
It's just that summon that's killing us. Let's get a Dwellers Below, just drop it on that whole mess. It's gonna cause a bit of friendly fire, but that's okay. Our character squad is tough. And that's gonna really mess up a lot of the baddies. Come on, get through those horsemen. Get through those horsemen. Shut down those archers.
To me!
Alright, there we go. There's army losses.
Peasant woman!
And the peasants kept fighting to the bitter end. Hey, good job, lads. Good job, lads. Good job, lads.
Cursed Sotek spawn!
A nice heroic victory. Darthus Brainserver, thank you so much for the 27 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Not everyone, thank you so much for the 60 months.
One race left untouched.
I want a fat DLC for Bretonia. Like, I want the full one lord, one legendary lord, one legendary hero, one lord, one hero, 5 units. At least 3 regiments of renown for Bretonia. I need like the full thing. Does it sound like the Lizardman rework's not going to happen? No, that's not what it is. So, okay, if you go watch the video, basically what got discussed is that the 6.3 is not a full rework, right? So it's not like a complete top-down rework of the Lizardmen and the Tomb Kings. That's not what it is. What it is that they are doing a partial rework on the Tomb Kings and the Lizardmen at the same time.
The Lyonesse!
To bring more aspects of their of them in line with the rest of the game. That's what we're getting. So, do I want peasant proficiency? Or do I want Glorfinel's progeny? Weapon strength and charge bonus for knights versus ammunition and reload time for archers. I feel like I'm going to get more mileage out of ammo and reload time, to be honest. With this particular army. Alright, let's grab more armor. Hey, level 20, give me that Aura of the Lady, spell resist, nice. And then also give me earthing. Then with Felix, oh nice, we got Felix's personal tree now. We're gonna grab, let's get Lethal Romancer and Glorified Sentry. And for Goat Trek, we'll get Treasure Hunter and Hardened Adventurer.
She speaks, I listen.
That's a big old army of dead boys down there.
Our power is unmatched.
I can't reach him though. The Green Knight is available for a summon,
For now, yes.
but Sir John the Devoted is doing a good job. I have some money, but I'm a little worried about these beastmen coming down from the north. I think we're building up like a more traditional knight army. Yeah, so the big thing, Miss Spore, hello there. How are you? The big thing that they've confirmed is that the Lizardmen are going to get a rework to their Blessed Spawnings. So the Blessed Spawning system is being buffed for, not buffed, but reworked for the Lizardmen. And the Tomb Kings are getting a new minor mechanic of some kind. And then in addition to all of that, they are also going to be doing a focus on their tech trees.
For the lady!
So the Lizardmen and the Tomb Kings are both going to receive tech tree updates, but they have confirmed that the Lizardmen are not getting a Geomantic Web rework. So the Geomantic Web is not being updated in 6.3. Outside of maybe like some super duper tiny stuff. That will happen later. They encourage people to keep talking about it, you know, to keep throwing ideas about what they'd like to see. But that's why in like this morning's video, I did not talk about the geomantic web. Not really. You know, I focused on other stuff. And the reason for that is that the scope of the coming DLC or the coming patch is not going to include the geomantic web. So there's no point in me talking about it in that video because it's not necessarily super relevant to what's coming up.
Peasant bowman! Man of Bretonia!
Alright, character squad, let's go bust some nuts over here. Oop, not you, Rail Relic, you stay back.
The lady's command.
Let's see if you two can go after the White King. Henry, let's take out the Necromancer. Repanse, you follow Henry. Life Wizard, you just sort of hang out.
As you say!
You may have to help lock down the... Yeah, you're gonna have to help lock him down, but I can give you a big fat ward save. Okay, Henry is whooping up on him. Repanse is killing corpse carts. I'm gonna let my trebuchet just have fun. That White King is basically dead.
I see much.
I'm gonna drop the fat heal on her, just make sure she's okay.
You require magic? Paladin of Bretonia.
Okay, good job, Henry. Let's go kill this guy. And I'm just gonna murder all this shit.
I am still sad that they announced Neferata. I was really hoping for big VCD LC. Wish we had Bloodline skeptical.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Because it's not a universally bad thing. It could be bad and good. Just depending on how you look at such things. Because, like, yeah, sure, on one hand, it would have been super duper nice to, you know, get a big focus on, you know, just all that. Where we could have been really enjoying a big fat vampire DLC. But on the other hand, you know, it was always very ambitious, I'll say. It was always very ambitious of an idea. Because, I mean, that would have been a ton of content for a singular faction. And unfortunately, the undead just aren't as popular as Chaos, so it's kind of, it's more difficult to justify, you know, like a super big focus on that kind of stuff. Now, you know, as I said, that does not mean we might not get all of that content eventually. It might just take longer. You know, it might be over the course of several DLCs instead of just like one Uber pack, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's that big of a deal personally. I think it is okay. Okay, Battle Pilgrims, let's not overextend. You guys turn and shoot. Y'all go ahead and get on it. Take the knights with you. Yeah, you're taking a little too much damage, my dear.
At once.
Peasant!
My lady
Peasant!
brought me your sight.
Ooh, they got fucking blood knights.
I'm here!
Here to serve. Swiftly, with haste. Come
Tricky part where I'm trying to keep. Okay, dude. Whatever. Have fun. Good lord.
Repanse de Lyonesse. It is finished.
Grail Knights! We serve the king!
Halberds,
Run!
protect.
Fighters! Fire! Questing Knights!
Pull these questing knights back.
Loose! Battle Pilgrims!
How we doing over here?
Show us the
We're doing okay. Okay, I need y'all on these knights, y'all on these knights. Infantry forward. Good job, trebuchets. Let's fire over here. We need to pop these blood knights. You're doing okay, big dude. I'll just drop that over there. Wish I had a flying unit. Yeah, if we can just get this push that's on us right now under control, we'll be okay. Let's kill that Vargolf, boys. Halberds, we can move forward. Get on in there. I need my life wizard over here, actually. These guys are fine. They're gonna be super duper good. Imagine being such a fucking loser that you just go bitch and moan about Total War games that nobody gives a fuck about around here.
Ready for orders! Quick, march!
Like, I don't know, man. Why don't you go bitch and moan to somebody that actually cares? Which is not me. I could not care less.
X100 WFRP campaign in Bretonia with knights.
Why no lance formation? Because I'm not super worried about microing it. Is the blunt answer. Yeah, we're gonna drop that there. You guys, I want to pull these knights back. Peasant bowmen. Let's focus those. We're gonna charge over this way. Army losses are kicking in, which is fine. We're gonna go after this guy. You're gonna hit yourself with a Earthblood while there's still time. And life is good. Okay.
Donated $5 through Super Chat. Howdy Sotek. Random dumb question. Do you think Repanse / was literate?
Do I think Repanse was literate? It is most likely that, like, during the like really important part of her life, no, I doubt she was. She almost assuredly was not literate. But it is also very likely that she became literate once like things settled down and she was, you know, put into the position of being a duke or a duchess by the Bretonian king that took over after her, Louis the Righteous. Was it Louis the Righteous? I want to say it was the Righteous that died to the Chaos invasion. But during the whole like initial story, I highly doubt she was literate. Yeah, let's get Shield of Thorns. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Morning Crescent. Wolfram campaign in Bretonia with knights, a damsel mage, halfling badger riders, and an ogre on a Rhinox. Good campaign or great campaign? That'd be a fantastic campaign, though my heart would go out to my heart would absolutely go out to the GM, who would probably be working quadruple overtime to make sure that everything functions and doesn't explode at any given moment. Which would be difficult. It would be difficult.
Token trinket to yes.
It's doable though.
Good,
super
good.
doable.
I accept your offering for Moda Clan.
IG and Loman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Were there already elves algined with the Drushi on Nagaroth before the Sundering? And was the land seeped in Dow by the time of their arrival?
Actually, so that's an interesting question. So, were there elves in Nagaroth before the Sundering? So, actually, yeah, I don't think we need a Grail Relic in this army. Because, like, the only thing we're getting out of it is the, attack and leadership, but it's not that important. I think I'd rather just have another unit. But anyway, so, in the old lore, okay, so in the old lore, the answer was undoubtedly no. There were no elves there yet. But we got a lore update for the old world that reveals that the answer was actually, as of the new lore, yes. That during the age of Malekith Malarian, being known as Malarian the Great, which is when he was, you know, all the elves liked him and thought he was super cool and everything, that during that era, there was indeed groups of elves that were already like exploring and colonizing parts of Nagara, which makes sense. Like it makes sense that they would be expanding to that area in that era of the world. Was it already steeped in Dar by the time of their arrival? No, I don't think so. Well, okay, so the northern area of Nagaroth, like far north, the answer is probably yes.
X100. Any Slun you wanna see more attention given to or made into our second Slunalel? Would love to see more Lord Slutlock and his battles with Luther Harkin.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish answering the first question. Because most of Nagaroth is so northern, it's so high up, it's so high in the north, there is obviously a significant amount of chaos corruption that's just pouring down into it constantly. Right, just like overwhelming amounts of corruption in Dar. So because of that, I would very much say that yes, there is more than likely it was already like deeply saturated in corruptive energies before the Dark Elves ever arrived. Did they retcon his name in the old world? Yes, they did. So if you're going by official lore, Malekith is no longer a character. It is now Malarian, the Dread King, as opposed to Malekith the Witch King. Which, to be frank, I know it's not a popular opinion, but his name makes a lot more sense than it used to. His old name was cool, and because I grew up with it, I like it. But if I'm being really critical from a lore standpoint about the name of Malekith versus the name of Malarian, and the title of Witch King versus the title of Dread King, honestly, the new name fits the setting much better than the old name did. However, that is definitely not why they changed it. You know, they definitely decided to change it because Marvel is now owned by Disney, and Disney is like infamously litigious. And they were like, well, we could either allow ourselves to be in an opportunity where we could be potentially sued by like a vastly more powerful company, or we could just, you know, not do that. Put ourselves in a much better legal position. And it seems that they decided that they did not want to be in this fairly sketchy position. Wouldn't Malekith make more sense with the real world? No. Malekith is not from the real world. A lot of people think that. That is not true. Malekith was made up by Marvel. He is not an actual Norse mythological character. A lot of people think he is. He's not. As far, I looked into it, the oldest research, the oldest stuff that I could find about a character named Malekith is Marvel Comics. When they created Malekith, the King of the Dark Elves, which was an original character to them. He is not from Norse myth. So many people think that he is, and he's really not. Because if he was just from some like, if he was from like an actual fascinating piece of IRL myth, then I think you could have an argument there. But he's not. He's just some guy. Like he's always been a Marvel property. That, to put it very bluntly, Games Workshop shamelessly stole. Like it's not even a question. You cannot argue against it. Like Games Workshop very, very overtly and obviously stole the IP of Malekith, the King of the Dark Elves, from Marvel, and was just like, oh, that's ours now. Like it's a very obvious case of IP theft. And the only reason he was called the Witch King was because Lord of the Rings has the Witch King, and he's really cool. So they were like, look. Like, at least Malarian the Dread King makes him consistent. Like, ooh, fucking love ooh, other Trickster Show and Death Singer in the same turn? Is it Christmas? What the dude, Henry Le Massif with Death Singer? Oh my sweet god. Holy Jeebus. Oh my god, Henry. So I don't actually need the Seed of Rebirth on him. I'd rather have the Dawn Stone. So we could put the Seed of Rebirth on Gotrek, which is fun. Gotrek with regen. Okay, and then what am I gonna do with the Fencer's Blades? You have the Giant's Blades. Okay, we can give it to your little guy here. Curse of Fortune. Yeah, Curse of Fortune is actually really good.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
I don't think you... Yeah, okay, let's put you in the Armor of Silvered Steel. We'll put this Knight in the Shield of Tholos. We'll give you... No, you the Obsidian Trinket and the Crown of Command. Yeah, that's fine. And then why don't you take the Trickster Shard? Who can... A Paladin or a Damsel?
She speaks, I listen.
Ah, I'm all hedge wizarded out. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, that's fine. What can Zealot go on? Oh, it can only go on a Lord. Okay. Bailiff can only go on a Lord. I can't wait for when they do a pass on all of the actual ancillaries, because like some of them are so bad.
Yes, ready.
Okay. Cool. You can pick up Rally. I need to double check everybody's vowels.
The lady calls me.
You can get... Let's get the Lady's Mantle so you're less resistant, or you're more resistant to shooting. Prodigious Swordsman on Felix sounds good.
I assist.
Gotrek, let's get... Don't really need Elf Slayer. There's no elves nearby. Let's get Foe Seeker so you can run faster.
Ready.
And then we're gonna march for... I really want to take over Kimry. So why don't we go after Kimry?
Just one step.
Do I have any active missions right now? Oh, I need more questing nights. Okay. Fair enough.
Moving out.
Well, acquire more questing nights, good sir. Yeah, I think you're gonna be like my very heavy knight army. Oh, Daddy loves royal hippogriffs. I understand that they made them kind of campaign unique, but I really wish they would add a way that high elves could get more easy access to the Knights of Torqueval. Because like they're so fucking cool, but they're locked behind Altharion, and even on Altharion they take like so much effort to get.
I cannot.
It would make me so happy if they would not do that. Order of Loremasters is still alive? What? I saw Zinch crawling his way up here, and I assumed you guys were like long dead. Guess not. Okay, cool.
Lady brought us victory.
Socks of White. Any slun I'd want to see more attention given to. So, the most important slon besides Lord Mazdamundi, the biggest one is Lord Kex or Lord Quex. He is super important. Lord Kex is like, I cannot overstate how important he is to the overall setting, because he has such a dramatic impact on a lot of the world, and how things go, because the slon that brings about the great shifting of the continents that results in like the fall of the Dwarf Empire, and that causes like the Skaven's doomsday engine to fail, and for the Skaven to start spreading across the world, and it causes the Great Bastion to crack open, so there's a big chaos invasion into Grand Cathay. All of that was done by Lord Quex. Like that was his thing. He also used to be important for other reasons, but they kind of shifted that to some other characters. But Lord Zoltic's another big one. You also have Lord Huinine Tenukli, who is a really important slon that's has like a massive hate boner for the demon Sla Ulan. Like Sla Ulan and him fucking like they don't get along. Should I get the Ruinous Powers Decree? Maybe I should. Let's get improved construction, actually. Is that going to be enough questing nights for the thing I need? Yes. Okay, cool.
For Britonia, for the lady.
I mean, I guess we should take Bagar, and I can then go north after that.
Now to battle.
Mine! Yoink.
For Britonia.
Ooh, channeling staff. That's really good for my other damsel. That's way better than the frickin' Trickster Shard. Okay, cool. And then Green Knight, you're gonna go join this army. I want the Green Knight to be an army ability so bad, to let him just be like genuinely unique and super cool. Okay, I'm not gonna need this. I'm not gonna need this. I want this to be a knight heavy army. Wait, how did I spec you? Yeah, Glorfinel's prod. Yeah, we're gonna be a pretty standard affair here. Okay. How are we doing on vowels, people? You almost have your Grail Vow, which means the units I'm recruiting are going to be insanely expensive. You almost have your Grail Vow. You almost have your Pledge of Chivalry. Okay. You're not going to have time for Royal Hippogriff Knights, because those Beastmen are coming up quick. Why don't you grab some... Actually, you can get Foot Squires in one turn now, can't you? Foot Squire... Wait, what? Oh, I have 2 more turns. Okay. I actually don't need that anymore. So why don't we do... Extensive patrols is fine, actually. Yeah, get some battle pilgrims. That's fine. Wizard Cal's Palace. Let's get bigger wall. Actually, no, I lied. Let's get a tier 3 settlement. Okay, what are my overall objectives? Destroy that. Do that. 60 settlements and final energy war. Okay, cool. What is the Great Maw again? It's the god of the ogres. It was originally a Warpstone Comet, giant Warpstone Comet, but in the cataclysmic amount of deaths it caused, and also a lot of the worship the ogres put into it before it even impacted the planet, it basically, in like a horrific, overwhelming bleh magic, essentially got barfed into existence as a deity for them.
Is patient when listening and
I really want the Great Desert, and I hate that he took it, and it's hard for me to get. Hey, another banner. Which one is this? Oh, Perfect Vigor Knights. Nice. Let's get the Razor Standard. Hell yeah. All right, Sir John, you're going to need these fancy new banners. Good sir. You can also take Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis. And then you're going to go out and punch Malagor in his big stupid face. Let's also grab improved trade vessels.
What news?
I want you to march on Kasabar.
I will at once.
All right, the Green Knight is almost there.
You bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
I guess I'll put Perfect Vigor on Knights of the
IGN
Lionhearted.
donated $5 through Super Chat. Is there currently a narrative going on for Old World? Any mention of Asavadkul yet? Or is GW just releasing factions to fill out the setting?
Okay, so, yes, okay, so...
Sallying forth, Lord of
the
Waterdeep.
reveal show yesterday, right? So there was a reveal show yesterday that we watched together. That was actually quite fun and had a lot of really good stuff going for it. And basically what it was them revealing the future of Warhammer the Old World. And what they and the big thing that they showed off, which if you don't care about this in particular may not seem like much of a big thing, is that they basically showed off the next big campaign supplements, which the campaign supplements are basically they're 2 books. One is called I think it's called The War of Cetra's Fury, and the other one is called I can't remember what it's called, but it revolves around Grand Cathay. And basically what they've done is that up until the most recent book, which is Grand Cathay, they have been building a narrative in the background of Warhammer the Old World. And we are finally reaching the actual start of the story. So the big narrative that they're focusing on is that there are 2 big wars going on in the Old World. And actually I can show you where they're happening. So the first one takes place right here in the northern Badlands, into the Border Princes, and heading against the dwarfs of these mountains. And this is the War of Cetra's Fury, where basically the very, very, very first story we got about the Old World, which was the Lords of the Lance novel, talks about how there was a there's this whole thing I'm not going to go into, but there was this big like prophecy whole thing about Cetra has a general, and it was like his right-hand general, and his right-hand general was, depending on which book you read, a man or a woman, because it's actually different depending on the book you read, but it was this really super crazy terrifying Tomb King / Tomb Queen called the Amaranthian Queen, or the Amaranthian King, depending on which book. And they were super big and badass, but got dealt a really horrible blow, and they were super messed up. Rise of the Storm Dragon, I think. Yeah, that's right. So basically, to fix this very damaged tomb royalty character, there was a Lich Priest down in Kimry who had a whole ritual thing about, like, they had to get this guy and do this whole ritual thing, and they needed this particular bloodline. So he goes all the way up to the Border Princes, up around Hereish, and he finds the person he thinks is the prophecy is about, and he basically kind of, like, convinces him to attack Bretonnia so they can capture him and sacrifice him in a ritual, and yada, yada, yada. Shenanigans happen, and it basically results in a Bretonnian army of combined Bretonnian exiles and regular Bretonnians fight their way down across the ocean down into Xandri. They push through Xandri and they go to Kimry. They have this really, really big fight, and then they run away from Kimry and they go up into the Marshes of Madness, where they have a really bad time against a big giant army of ghouls led by a big ghoul king who may have been like the reincarnate or the resurrected Vorag Bloodytooth, but it may also have just been like a kind of scary ghoul king. But they get fucked up by the ghoul kings, and then they push their way west through the giant stomping grounds towards like to get to the western side of these mountains so that they can run north along the coastline and get back to the Border Princes. Meanwhile, a big Tomb King army pursues them. And what happens is that when the Tomb Kings get here-ish on the western side of the Dragonback Mountains, they run into a giant army of greenskins. And this is after they wiped out a high elf citadel that's around here-ish. So there was a high elf outpost that was here that gets totally wiped out and massacred. The Bretonnians, they push their way through. The Tomb Kings push up. The Tomb Kings get in a big fight with the greenskins. That fight is currently unresolved. Well, actually, in the story, that particular Tomb King army gets the shit kicked out of it by the orcs. So the orcs beat that army, and they kill the Amaranthian queen/king. And the Bretonnians successfully escape up into the north, but only like a handful of Bretonnians get away. Like, I think of the original army, which was like thousands and thousands of people. I think it's like maybe a double-digit number of characters get away. So the Tomb Kings are largely unsuccessful in getting them, even though they kill fucking everybody. So the War of Cetra's Fury is that in the aftermath of everything that happened, Cetra wakes up. So Cetra wakes up because of just all the shit that's going on. And the Lich Priests are like, ooh. So Cetra wakes up and he's pissed because Kimmery basically got attacked and they ran off. So Cetra gathers up his full armies and he launches a two-pronged assault where Cetra himself, I believe, leads the naval forces up into the Border Princes, while a really prominent High Lich Priest leads an army up into the Badlands to try and recover the corpse of the Amaranthine queen/king, to hopefully get them back and restore them. And the Tomb King Arcane Journal ends on pretty much all of the Arcane Journals end on cliff note, or cliffhanger. So we end with the greenskins are really about to fight this second big Tomb King army, and Cetra is about to land in the Border Princes and just unleash havoc. So what Cetra's Fury is about is telling us what happened with the greenskin fight, who won, and then Cetra's army is going to smash upwards this way, and the land Tomb King army that presumably will beat the greenskins is going to push up and hit Balakvar. So we're going to have the dwarfs and the Border Princes versus the Tomb Kings. That's what the Cetra's Fury is about. And it's going to be really cool to see what happens, because this is going to be our first big showdown between two special characters, which is that obviously Cetra the Imperishable, but the second big special character is that there is a big Bretonnian character here, which is the Bretonnian character whose name I'm struggling to remember, Gaston. So Gaston is up here, and it's Gaston the Worm Slayer, and he's like a super badass Bretonnian knight. Like, he's super fucking cool. And the question is whether the Worm Slayer is gonna fight Cetra, and if he is, who's gonna win? Because Cecil Gaston is vague. Like, the reason it's really interesting is that Cecil, or Cecil, however you want to pronounce it, Cecil Gaston could be the next king of Bretonnia, because the current king of Bretonnia up here is Lewin Orcslayer, not to be confused with Lewin Leoncoeur. They're two different people. Lewin Orcslayer is the current king of Bretonnia, and he actually doesn't rule from Couronne. He rules from the kingdom of Baston. So he's here in like central Bretonnia, and he's about to die. Like, he's really, really close to dying. So what's likely going to happen, in my opinion, is that King Lewin Orcslayer is going to be killed by the Greenskins, because there's a big wall building in the Grey Mountains that's coming down. Like, from what we've already seen on the maps, it seems like Corone has either been sacked or it's about to be sacked. So bad times are ahead for Bretonia, but it seems like the king is going to be killed by Greenskins. Meanwhile, Cecil Gaston is going to fight Cetra in the next story beat, more than likely. Now, if Gaston survives this and maybe even kills Cetra, that would set up the idea that he is probably going to be King Gaston, because we don't know what King Gaston's first name is. In the old lore, he's simply known as like Gaston de Guerry or something like that, which is like Gaston of Guerry, which we don't even know where that is really. So he's just some guy. But he goes on a big quest and he ends up saving Bretonia from the affair of the False Grail. But my personal hope, my personal hope is that Cetra's gonna come up to the Border Princes and Cetra's gonna win. Like, my hope is Cetra wins and he kicks the shit out of the Border Princes and he forces Gaston and many of the other Bretonians, he forces them to flee back to Bretonia, and then he follows them there. And my personal hope is that Cetra will get to fight Lewin Orcslayer and Cetra will kill him. Because that would be the biggest, most awesome fucking thing for Cetra. Because Cetra doesn't get to do a lot in the old lore. He's just kind of there. But outside of his invasion of Norska, he doesn't do a whole lot. So I would love for Cetra to just like win the war in the Border Princes, push through the mountains, and then he attacks Bretonia. He gets to fight King Lewin and he kills him. Because that would be mwah. And then you can have somebody else kill Cetra, or Cetra falls back. But Cetra could die, because Cetra dies once already. Actually, they run, they're probably going to change it a little bit at least. But if they run with the old lore for the War of Sand and Snow, where Cetra invades Norska, Cetra is about to be killed by some Norskins relatively soon. If memory serves. Because, like, if Cetra dies, it's not a big deal. Like, if Cetra dies, he just comes back to life. He just reconstitutes. So that's what's happening in the south. Meanwhile, in the north, we have The Rise of the Storm Dragon, which is the other campaign book that's about to come out. And what The Rise of the Storm Dragon is about is that there is a Norskin of the... I want to say Friedel's of the... I can't remember what clan or what tribe she's from. But Friedel the Chainmaker is from one of the southern Norskin tribes. And Friedel the Chainmaker is a big bad Warriors of Chaos character. She's one of the new Warrior of Chaos characters. And she's currently the big bad of Norska. So she's like a big scary warlord of Norska. And Friedel the Chainmaker has done a really interesting surprise attack where she crossed the Gulf of Kislev into the Sea of Claws, into the Southern Sea of Chaos, and she attacked Westerland. Most people expected her to hit like Nordland, but instead she went around and she came down here into the Northwest Empire, and then she basically has taken over territory. So Friedel the Chainmaker, instead of just doing a hit and run raid, which is what Chaos normally does, she has attacked and occupied a part of Westerland, which is like the territory of Marienburg, essentially, which is still part of the Empire at this point in the timeline. So she has set up and reinforced a city that she took, and she is trying to claim territory in the name of the Dark Gods, which is pretty rare for Chaos to do that. So obviously that's really, really bad for the Wasteland, aka the Westerland, and they're like, holy shit. So Marienburg is building up an army to go march up north and take the fight to Friedel the Chainmaker and try and push her out of the Empire. However, as they are marching north to go fight Friedel, that is when the Storm Dragon arrives. So Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon, has arrived at the head of the Jade Fleet to reinforce Marienburg. And she basically shows up and is like, hey, you guys look like you're in a shitty situation. You hate chaos. I hate chaos. Our empires have ancient connections because I fucking literally met Sigmar myself. So she's like, I've met Sigmar Heldenhammer. So like we should team up. And they're like, okay. So they team up, and that gives us the new Army of Infamy, which is called the Jade Fleet, which is a combined Empire and Cathayan force. And this combined Empire and Cathayan force with Miao Ying in tow is about to crash down on Friedel. And I'm guessing Friedel's gonna have a really bad time. Because I have no fucking idea what Friedel the Chainmaker could do against Miao Ying. Like, I feel like she's absolutely fucked. So those are the two major storylines that are happening right now. There is some other stuff happening. For instance, there is a clandestine High Elf army led by Korhill that has invaded Bretonia and is heading into the Forest of Arden, which is up here. And they're basically plowing their way in there to try and save some High Elves from being sacrificed in a Beastman ritual. Meanwhile, up near Friedel the Chainmaker in the Laralorn Forest, in the Laralorn, Morgur has been reborn and has been found by Kralma, the Prophet of Ruin. So Kralma, the Prophet of Ruin, has baby Morgur and is attempting to keep him alive and spirit him away. But before he could leave, he's doing shit in the Laralorn. And then Orion, the King of the Wood, has led a big Wood Elf army straight into the Laralorn. So Orion is teaming up with the Laralorn elves, also known as the Aenir, to try and kill baby Morgur. Kralma, the Prophet of Ruin, is trying to protect baby Morgur. And then the dwarfs are mostly focused on, they've recently launched another attempt to reclaim Carrick 8 Peaks, led by the father of the modern day engineer character. Fuck. I can't remember his name. Blah, 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 blah. Someone in chat will remember.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Elemental Exposure donated $5 through Super Chat. Love your
Burlickson, yes. Grim Burlickson.
Are there any new characters from Old World that could conceivably be included in TW3?
I'll answer that in a second. So Grim Burlickson is the son of Burlock Damnison. And Burlock Damnison is relevant in the Old World, because once again, this is 200 years ago. Or actually more like 250 years ago. So Burlock Damnison has led an army of dwarves who have retaken a part of Carrick 8 Peaks. After they actually, no, they're not attacking Carrick 8 Peaks. They just retook a different hold. But Carrick 8 Peaks is kind of the main focus of the dwarves right now. So Burlock Damnison is busy with that stuff. And then I think that's mainly everybody. So those are all the big fights that are happening right now. And the last thing y'all asked about was Azavar Kul. Azavar Kul has been mentioned. So Azavar Kul has basically been mentioned with the note that there are whispers about him. So like Friedel the Chainmaker has heard of him, but she doesn't really like know him as of yet. But there are rumors and whispers of Kul building up in the north. But he's still like super way the fuck up here. He's still up in the Chaos Waste. And he is going to be building up for like another 20-25 years. Actually, no. He's going to be building up for another 20 years. And then he's going to come south. So, you know, stuff's happening. All right. And then in answer to your super chat element or exposure, any new characters that could conceivably be in Total War 3? Not really, no. The only character that has come back, or no, sorry, the only character that has been added to, well, no, there's two. There are two characters that have been added to the old world that theoretically could still be alive nowadays-ish, which would be Ishaya Vesh, who is the new High Elf character, who's like she's like the High Elf Lothern Sea captain with the trident. She's got the eye patch and stuff. But I suspect she's definitely gonna die during the old world storyline. So she's probably out. And then Kralma, the Prophet of Ruin, also seems like a likely candidate, but I also suspect he is going to die eventually in the in this storyline. Because he kind of gets replaced by Malagor, even though Malagor is alive back then. Like Malagor's already a thing. But anyway, so there you go. I would suspect that most of the introduced characters are going to die. Would be my assumption.
Honor before glory. Striking out.
Now, that might prove not to be the case, but we'll see what happens. Can I get more damsels? No. Bummer. At least not yet. Okay. I guess we're good. We can just intern. She's the second in command of Iceland? Yes. For right now, well, in regards to what's happening in the old world, yes. She is the second in command of Iceland. Don't we already have Thorgrim and Ungrim? Yes, we do. Hey, Sergeant Tavis, what's up? Oh, they're gonna come fight me? What is that quadruple mortis? Ooh, that already kind of sucks, like in a mean way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Crypt Horrors, 4 Blood Knights, and 4 Mortis Engines. Alright, Jesus. Luckily, I've got like a character squad. If I was using a regular army, that'd actually be kind of fucking terrifying to fight. Character squad's got this, but ugh. Have I read Sea Lords of Kothic? I've read a good chunk of it. I haven't finished it yet. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with it overall. My biggest issue with it isn't actually its fault. It's the fault of the prior book, which is that their elf gods are messed up. But that's because the writers of the High Elf Player's Guide screwed up the gods big time. Like, they really fucked up. And the elf gods are a complete mess in Cubicle 7's current books. Which I'm working on a video that I will hopefully have out by next week, where I will go into detail about why it's fucked up and how they need to fix it. Which they're not going to. Cubicle 7 on... how do I say this? Politely. Cubicle 7 does some really good work, but I think Cubicle 7 has some really good writers. But I also think Cubicle 7 has some really, really, really shit editing. Like, just absolute garbage editing. That's basically non-existent most of the time. And even when there's a problem that needs to be fixed and could be fixed, they seem to elect to just do nothing. Because fixing it would cost money, and I guess they don't want to spend money. I like, that's the only thing I could think. Because, like, I did a lot of criticisms of the Dwarf book. And to my understanding, which I received my collector's edition copy because I want to support them. I like what they're doing, and I think it's important to support 4th edition because I want 4th edition to be successful. But they just seem to my understanding, they didn't fix any of the problems with that. They didn't fix any of the problems with that book. Even though I meticulously pointed out every single error that book had, and they barely addressed any of it. Now, they fixed some of it in the next book that got released, but I find it very frustrating that they didn't just fix it in the book that I was trying to get fixed. So, not ideal.
Quickly!
Just gonna overcast that.
I suppose so.
This should kill just about everything.
Orders?
Lyonesse!
Repanse, if you could kill that necromancer, that'd be like awesome. Poor damsel, man. It'll be so nice when she's on a unicorn and she's a lot quicker. I will say the new Tomb King characters getting barded skeletal steeds, that was pretty cool. I would love for Total War to get barded skeletal steeds. That'd be kind of hype.
Feel my fury!
Victory is assured.
Do that again. I just need to keep an eye on my main army.
Grant me your sight! Divine fury! I move! Daughter of Bretonia! Repanse de Lyonesse!
Hey! Back to back.
Thank God that does absolutely nothing to characters. Otherwise,
Post
the amount of friendly fire I'd be doing right now would be absolutely bonkers. Stearnsman. Okay, let's counter their cavalry with our cavalry. Let's have our halberds move back. Beast Slayers, y'all can move back a bit as well. Let's go ahead and lance formation here. I just need to make sure she doesn't get pulled into a fight. Okay.
Repanse de Lyonesse! Know my strength!
Keep your abilities poppin', boys. Let's get them! Just want to make sure to turn off the stance once we're close. Beast Slayers, archers, let's focus those bats. Turn the stance off. Turn the stance off. Oh, pop that.
All shall know my power!
More dwellers! Infinite dwellers! Okay. Warriors, let's get in there.
By the lady! Attack!
Let's
Fire! Pose! Aye! Launch!
doing good, lads. Doing good.
Infantry! Cut them down! Whole men!
Good work, good work, good work, good work.
Repanse de Lyonesse!
Explosion.
Your command!
Colossal strike. Do this thing. Let's give him a ward save. Nope. Get away from me, vampire. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Leave me alone.
Power of the lady!
Nice. Well done, lads. Well done. Loremaster Outtech, looking at the map Cathay Games Workshop showed, and looks like my theory of East Dragon children concentrating on their theater and us going to the Far East, second and third edition, pretty much a given. Also, nice for Korea to get its name. Yeah, I mean, I would very much hope that ends up being the case. I once overcast the Lore of Hag spell, opened a Spirits, I think, onto a snow leopard stack, nearly killed all my kitties. Yeah, you gotta watch out for the Lore of Hags. The overcast, some of them are like really, really good. But a couple of them could get a little bonkers. The way they're expanding the old world map seems they've left the gate open for expanding the Southlands because the map ends close to where Tlaqua would be. Maybe they'll see the Lizard at some point. Yeah, I hope so. I very, very, very much hope so. I really... My biggest fear at the moment, to be completely blunt with you guys, my greatest fear by far would be that Games Workshop
The Lyonesse!
is purely going to treat the setting by what's going on with like they're going to be so motivated by like, oh, we want to keep AOS and fantasy separate, that it goes to the point of insanity, and they end up not telling the story of Warhammer because they can't be bothered to allow the settings to mix like they should. That is my greatest fear. I hope that ends up not being the case, but you know, it's hard to tell with them. I very, 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 very much hope it's not the case that they would do that.
I am ready.
Because it would just be holding the setting back, and it would put both Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar in a worse place. Like, just let people buy the things they want to buy and let them use their toys how they want. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. But the situation is kind of tricky right now, especially because there's always been a very negative aspect to the way Games Workshop handles some things, mostly revolving around trying to, how do I say this? So this is not a theory, this is just a fact, and it's a sucky fact. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. It's a shitty fact that nobody likes, but it is a fact, which is that at the end of the day, Games Workshop has developed an internal culture that revolves around forcing their studios to compete against one another in a very unhealthy, kind of grotesque way. That is not that unusual in certain corporate spaces, but like, I think from a modern day perspective is genuinely grotesque and unpleasant, where it's all about making people compete within the studio, forcing them to compete against one another to basically prove that they deserve to have a job and survive within the company system. And if you're not proving you're supposed to be there and doing well, then you're kind of in trouble. And it's a super toxic system, but it's been the way GW has worked for a super long time. You know, it's not like this just happened. This has long been the case, and it really sucks, and I hate it. Oh, interesting. If I do El Calibad, I get access to more infantry and guns. But if I do Soonberg, I get more access to Demigrid? No, I actually get more cavalry here. Okay.
Repanse de Lyon.
So right now we're kind of living through it, but this case is significantly weirder than like the Horus Heresy, right? Which had similar problems but different at the same time. What is your gimmick? Oh, you have anti-large. Honestly, I think I'm covered. I think I'd rather have you in this army. But I can't because I'm poor. Do I think Sophia, now they're dedicated to big time for full support, will use a big DLC as template for Koresh and Nippon? That, unfortunately, that depends entirely on Games Workshop. I'm sure if given the choice, Sophia would be more than happy to adapt a considerable amount of fresh new races for Total War. I think Creative Assembly would be happy to do End, Koresh, all that stuff. I think they would literally be like, hell yeah, we'll do everything. But that decision ultimately lies with GW itself. GW has their hands on the button, and gets to decide who makes what. And like I said, we are in a somewhat perilous and spooky place right now, where for all we know, GW is gonna come out and say, well, no, we don't want you to make Koresh and all that stuff because we think that's okay. So here's the big thing, right? I used to say I don't like talking about this, but like it's just a annoying fact. And I don't like it, but it's the way the situation is, and the only way it's going to get fixed is by talking about it and hopefully pressuring GW to be better. But right now, it is my understanding, and I'm very frustrated by this understanding, but it is my understanding that Creative Assembly will not ever have the opportunity to make a lot of the things that we would probably want to see for finishing out the old world, unless they end up probably having to buy the old world license, because that's something that has changed significantly between when Total War Warhammer 3 was being made and right now, which is that the old world is now a fully released living IP, which it kind of wasn't back then. So we have this kind of awkward situation where I don't know if Creative Assembly would even be allowed to use stuff like the Naga of Koresh or the Kingdoms of End, if those are going to be considered old world factions and not traditional Warhammer Fantasy factions. Because I do know for a fact that the reason we do not have the Necrolith Bone Dragon in Total War Warhammer is because it's considered old world IP. So because we don't have the old world IP for Total War, it's the fantasy IP, which are two different IPs, which is stupid. It's very stupid. I cannot express how dumb that is. It's one of those things where it's like legally it's technically correct, but just because something is legally correct doesn't mean it's correct. You know what I mean? And I think they should be shamed and blamed for it at every opportunity.
Chevaliers, ready!
Are you on a unicorn yet? Yes, you are. The unicorns are so tiny in this game. The unicorn should actually be, like, notably larger than that. Unicorns were classified as monstrous cavalry, not regular cavalry, but whatever. Well, at least most of them, I should say. Alright, I'm gonna let my army stay out of the way, because I can deal with this. Yeah, because my very much not legal opinion, but lore accurate opinion, is that it is absolutely absurd to consider the old world and fantasy to be different IPs in the context of things that would exist in both settings. So, like, I am totally fine with there being characters that are exclusive to one setting or the other. That makes sense. That's totally reasonable. I have no arguments there. But the idea that, like, the Necrolith Bone Dragon, which is not exclusive to that time period of the world, it's just a creature that Games Workshop has basically retroactively said, oh, well, this has always existed. Like, this has always been a thing. This has existed as long as Warhammer is, the Tomb Kings have existed. They had Bone Dragons. It's just there's a mini for it now. Which you may go, well, that I don't remember there being a Bone Dragon fantasy, and it's like, well, no, there wasn't one, but like, because it's the same universe, just many, many, many years in the past, that's functionally what happens every time they add something new. Is they're just like, oh look, there's been an update to the setting. And in my opinion, with the exception of characters who Games Workshop may say, oh, well, that character's gonna die during the timeline. And I'd be like, okay, that's reasonable. Like, I can't argue against that. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen in the old world. GW does, but I don't. So like, oh, Frito the Chainmaker wouldn't make sense because she's gonna die. Okay. Ishaya Vess wouldn't make sense because she's gonna die. Okay. That's reasonable. I can't argue against that. But like, you know, certain creatures and all that other shit should be fair game. And the fact that they currently aren't drives me absolutely bananas, batshit crazy up the wall.
I call thee forth. Britannia!
Hopefully that makes sense. Do I ever play SFO? No, I don't. I don't like to play overhaul mods because this game changes on a pretty frequent basis, as is. And if I'm playing a mod, it means that my experience of the game is going to be significantly altered by the mod that I'm playing, in the sense that, like, I'm going to have a very different perspective on, like, what should be fixed, or what mechanics, you know, are problematic, or yada 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 yada. So I never want to play an overhaul mod in this game, except for like a very rare little blip of time, because it will ultimately have a significant impact on how I view the game, which, because I work a lot with CA to try and like find issues with the game and report bugs and try and get information to you guys, it would make my life a lot harder, to be very blunt. And I don't want my life to be harder. Do I know if/when Kislev is coming to the old world? I feel pretty goddamn confident Kislev is coming to the old world 100% for sure at some point. I don't know when that point is. Because it could be literally, like, it could be this year. It could be next year. It could be in 2 years. I have no fucking idea. You know, it just depends.
Power of the lady!
Your call!
At speed!
Chopping!
You require magic!
All right.
Feel true!
Is Lorebeards on for tomorrow? Yes, the lobby is currently up. The lobby for tomorrow's Lorebeards is already up. Tomorrow we are going to talk about the Cult of Raya, which will be really cool. Suarez, yeah, so Creative Assembly would have to pay to use it for Total War Warhammer 3, like they're using End Times, which will be the fast route for them to get to those races or make new Total War Old World game. Yeah, that I would not be, and granted, this is speculation. I don't know this for sure. This is purely speculation. I would not be surprised if the conversation went something between Creative Assembly and GW went something along the lines of CA being like, oh hey, that's some cool old world stuff you've got there. Do you mind if we use it for Warhammer Fantasy? Like we've been using stuff from Mordheim or Man of War or Dreadfleet or all these other IPs that you've allowed us to use it for. And GW would respond with something along the lines of, well, those were technically dead settings, and this is a live setting, so we think you need to pay for, like, the license to use it. And then CA being in the position of, well, we don't want to pay for the license because we're not really going to use it that much. Because we don't want to make a... We are not interested in making, like, a whole new game. Like, we're not interested in making a Total War the Old World anytime soon. And GW's like, well, what if you did? Like, what if you just made a Total War the Old World? And then CA being like, if we did that, our fans would literally hang us from the rafters. Like, they would have our heads on, like, they would absolutely seek to kill us. Like, could you imagine if Creative Assembly came out in, like, December this year and was like, hey guys, do you want to pay us another $60 for a brand new Total War Warhammer Fantasy game? But it's a brand new game, so it doesn't connect at all to Total War Warhammer trilogies. The trilogy, it's completely unique. It's completely separate. They don't connect at all, and we have to start all the way over. Like we have to start all the way over. Y'all are cool with that, right? Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine? And of course, the horrible irony of it all, right? The worst part is that the old world, Warhammer the Old World, would not exist. Let me repeat that. Warhammer the Old World would not, under any circumstances, would not exist if it had not been for Creative Assembly. Because Creative Assembly brought back Warhammer Fantasy. Games Workshop never had any plans to revive Warhammer Fantasy. Never. They were never going to do it. The only reason they did it was because fucking Total War Warhammer made so much goddamn money and people were losing their minds over it, and GW went, oh well shit, I guess we should do something about this. And it basically forced them to budge. I don't know how I pronounce your name. Is that I'm in Drillkey, or is it Emendrill Key just says, to be frank, I have my first job since the end of last year, and most of my money is going toward Warhammer anyway. Might as well pay for another game. Now, okay, you know, to be very transparent, right? I am a self-professed, very obvious, shameless slut when it comes to Warhammer Fantasy in all of its shapes and forms. I would happily, listen, if Creative Assembly came out in December and said that their next fantasy game is Warhammer the Old World, I'd be like, I think this is a bad decision, but I'm very excited. Like, I would be shameless. Like, I will tell you that my biggest dream right now, my biggest dream at the moment is that Creative Assembly will make a Total War Warhammer 4. Like, that's how shameless and utterly broken I am as a person. That the idea of doing a Total War Warhammer 4 makes me very, very, like, ooh, I'd be so happy. Because I just want more, man. I just want more. I'm hungry, and it's a hunger that can't be satisfied.
You require magic? Grant me your wisdom.
Total War Warhammer 4 is the only way we get a proper global map. I mean, you don't know that for sure. I don't know, man. Team Sophia's got some balls on them. Team Sophia has got some balls. Who's to say that if enough people are commenting about it, if enough people are saying, God, I wish they'd fix the campaign map, who's to say they won't?
It is done.
Your command. Take the ground.
Never say never, baby.
Sorceress. Snuff them out.
It's not like they got anything else to do right now.
Very well.
He says very facetiously.
You are done.
It's not like they're already trying to completely rework the game systems from like the bottom up.
As commanded.
What's one more straw on the camel's back, right?
Repanse de Lyonesse.
So Warhammer 4 with a new engine? No, that wouldn't make sense. Why would you want it? If you did a new engine, then it wouldn't work with the engine we have. No, I don't think that would be a good idea. That'd be a terrible idea.
Daughter of Bretonia.
Bretonia needs me. Steady. Fine. I'm here.
Help me, Felix, help me! Nicely done.
All set.
Repanse de Lyonesse. For justice.
Yes. My blade
Yes!
ready to fight.
End time DLC, I want Elves of the Wa ability.
It
What?
is her will.
What do you mean by that?
Honor the lady. Honor and glory.
Is that a new Shop T summon? Yes, it is. Awesome. You two can deal with that.
Feel my blade.
Priestess of
Like,
the lady.
do you mean you literally want elves that Wa? Or do you mean like you want elves that do something similar to a Wa?
Power of the lady. Child of light. It is finished.
Vanquish them.
Repanse de Lyonesse. With fury.
Any more characters, or is that all those characters? Oh, there is a Casket of Souls.
My soul is aflame.
Damsel. Might of the lady. The lady's command. The lady's fury.
Paladin of Bretonia. Victory is assured.
Divine fury.
I will forever be amused that they're like, oh, Bretonia is French, so they should have French accents. And everyone was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then for some reason, it's like, oh, the Empire's German, so they should have British accents? I'll always find that silly.
All shall know my power.
Mein Hutsch. They find much.
Sorceress,
Battle ready.
give the order. I see much.
Nothing like good old Games Workshop main character syndrome. Well, they're the main characters, so they have to be British.
My lady brought me your sight.
God. Slayer.
Repanse de Lyonesse.
I am your man. Man of Rex.
Why don't y'all just aim for that tower? That's fine.
Back to back. Orders.
Let's go take the center point. Get rid of that leadership buff.
Sword drawn. Herr Jäger. I'm in.
It shall be. The lady's fury.
Boop.
Sovereign
Oh, pfft. Fucking hill, like microscopic hill right there.
Into position. I will. Sigma. Hero of Bretonia.
Damsel, that might be a little spooky of a place for you. Here, let me get you.
I am ready.
When in doubt, dwellers.
The true heart shall prevail.
Herr Jäger.
Any day now, Felix.
I will. Maneuvering.
The lady's sword.
All set.
Priestess of the lady. Come unto me.
Okay. Why not?
The lady awakes. Know my strength. I serve the lady.
Mine host.
Your behest.
You body block for her. Honestly, I'm fine spamming dwellers till the sun blows up.
I call thee forth.
Luring Lion, thank you for the super chat. I was very impressed by the rally point, the direction they're going with communications rework. I'm very hopeful for the future of Total War Warhammer 3. That's lovely to hear.
In the light.
The main dude that was running it for y'all, Josh is awesome. Like he's literally the best fucking dude, man.
I'm here. All right.
Like he's so fucking dedicated to like trying to make Total War the best possible thing it can be and like trying to make people happy.
Command me.
Berserker. All right then.
Like he is one of the goats over at CA.
Hesitation. Attack.
Herr Jäger.
Not to say that like the other people are bad. It's just Josh is awesome. Who would win in a duel, Felix or Repanse? I'm pretty sure Repanse would beat the absolute shit out of Felix. Like, I don't think it would be that realistic of a contest. I think that Felix would get his shit absolutely rocked by Repanse.
By all
He would need Go Trek.
Child of light.
He would desperately need Go Trek.
The true heart shall prevail.
All right, let's go ahead and bring our knights in to do some cleanup.
The Lyonesse. I will go.
If I could get us like on the point.
For the lady.
Your command.
Oh, everyone's got like Guardian and shit.
Back to back. Go track. Steady. Hey, Bretonia. needs me.
Surprised how much capture weight I have.
Herr Jäger. Battle ready.
I am prepared.
Boop.
It is finished. You require magic? Power of
Wretched
life.
foul-lizard thing
For my
joins the
lady.
Red Host.
The lady
Cursed
will see.
Sotek spawn.
At once. Very well.
Get on, son.
Paladin of Bretonia. Victory is assured.
You require magic. Post haste. What?
Oop, nope. There we go. Heron Lord, thanks so much for the 9 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do I have the Siege Beta? No, nobody has it. I don't think we're gonna get early access. I think it comes out at the same time for us as it does the rest of like everybody else. So I'm pretty sure it comes out. But it comes out on the 24th. I don't think we're gonna get early access. I would love to get early access, but I don't think we're going to.
What was theirs is ours. The Lyonesse! Is it time?
Alright, hopefully the Tomb Kings will back the fuck off for a little bit so I can heal. Let me go ahead and pick up Lionhearted so I can spam stuff. It's hot. I don't like when it's hot. And it's gonna be hot for so many more months. It's only July.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Do I want double Pegasus? I don't think so. Maybe I do. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
What news?
Luring Lion, lost me here, love your Luzman video except for 2 weeks. Yeah, hopefully I can have that out by tomorrow. I actually got stuff done today, which was a miracle. Hendrik, JK just saw the end time vid, elves accepted by group. Oh, yeah, the elves that joined the Beast Wall, yeah. When Malekith just, like, convinces Grimgor to accept, be like, oh, we're all on the same team, guys, it's fine. Do you think map expansion, more West Nagaroth would be great? Yes, I think Lustria should be bigger, Nagaroth should be bigger, and the Southland should be bigger, at minimum. The current map makes Sotek a very sad boy.
Bretonians
Like, so sad. I'm crying.
Bretonia
I would cry, but I've been crying about it for years now. So the tears no longer appear on my simple cheeks. I am so sad. My sadness is truly bottomless. There is no depth. There is no end to my sorrow. Do I play the old world mod? I have not played it in a long time. I have played it in the past, but not anytime recently. See, I want to garrison both of these.
The sun pours down on us.
KSW should be smaller. No. I'm fine with them being bigger. If anything, I want the Chaos Ways larger. And I want the actual Realms of Chaos thrown in too. Like, they did so much work putting the Realm of Chaos in the Realm of Chaos mode But those maps are really, really pretty. I wish we had them in the Immortal Empires as well. Yes, I did see that Warhammer Korea has an actual name now. I'll be making a video about that later this week. Steinhoff? That's the name.
Welcome. We receive you.
No. Yay, more growth. Okay. Why don't we should probably prepare for anti-greenskin shenanigans. Well, actually, we're about to meet elves and lizardmen and shit. So let's get overseas diplomacy. And I'm gonna take and talk before somebody else does.
Have heart.
That way I own this province.
Your words.
Lame ass Zinch bitch. And Antok can be where we build up this so I can get actual archers that make me happy. I think we want Repanse to be as beastly as possible. So let's get Blade Shield so we can max out our melee defense. Henri, let's grab that Devastating Charge. For our Wizard, we've maxed out all of our spellcasting potential, so we'll just go Cleanse Corruption, it's fine. Felix, we're gonna max out Speed, so he's good at running. Gotrek, we're gonna max out Speed, so he's good at running. Okay, like, we can all keep up with each other. Sir John is almost ready to go to war, though I'm gonna get rid of the trebuchets, and I'm also gonna get rid of the battle pilgrims, because with him we're just gonna run a mounted army. Like we might have a little foot squire group, but I think that's as far as we're gonna go with that. Actually we could get mounted yeoman archers would probably be better as like reinforcement troops. Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do. Okay. Cool. How are we doing diplomacy wise? Last defenders want to trade. Cool with me, bro. I'm all for the Great Southlands Alliance. The Grand Alliance of the Southern Lands. Okay, let's grab some more of those. Will I be doing Lore Beards once the new lore books drop to discover what's new? Yes, absolutely we will. Yes. Just saw the new Superman. Pretty good. Fishman? No Fishman yet, but the new Superman was fucking awesome. I really, really enjoyed it. What's the name of Warhammer Korea? It's Konshun. Or Koshun. K-H-O-S-U-N. It appears to be a... So, the last major like dynasty, I guess you could say, of Korea. It appears to be a mixture of how they pronounced like what they were called, because there's like two different spellings of it in English, and it seems like what Games Workshop did is they kind of combined them to make it one word and made that like the Warhammer Fantasy version. And I am not so arrogant as to attempt to pronounce what that would sound like, because I am a mere white man who knows not of such things.
Yes, ready.
Okay, I could go. We should probably go south and keep pushing Zinch further into the jungle.
I will at once.
Because Zinch is an absolute dick sucker, and we want to push him as far as we can. No, Gork and Mork is next week. So this week is the Cult of Raya. Next week is Gork and Mork. What do you say is the most realistic way of Creative Assembly buys the old world IP because the Far Eastern race they will implement his new game expansion style? Oh, that's a great question, Samora. So, I'm going to be honest. Realistically, I think they would do it in a DLC format. And the reason I say that is because I think Creative Assembly has, unfortunately, and I think we all have participated in witnessing this, I think CA has learned the hard way that the system of like doing a game trilogy
I go.
comes with
In the lady's
significant
name,
downsides. Most of which revolve around issues of like, oh hey, every time we've tried to make this like into a separate update, it has massively blown up in our face.
Yes.
In the form of there's often so many updates that need to be made that it like the game breaks every single time.
this picture
Every time we've had a new game, so transitioning from Warhammer 1 to Warhammer 2 and from Warhammer 2 to Warhammer 3, it has been agony. I don't think they want to do that anymore. I don't think they want to do that anymore, man. So I think for them, they would view it as no, let's just make it expansions, because then we don't have to torture ourselves to make it work. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll take Bretonian diplomacy. Actually, I think I'd like some more money. What does subsidized tools do? Plus 10 melee attack for peasant mobs. Jesus. Yeah, okay, grab me that.
as you order.
I do not.
Holy sweet mother of Jesus. Chosen, Senegors of Zinch. Okay, he's got some Marauder trash, but like, oh my god, that's so much anti-large.
With passion.
But I'm Bretonia, so I'm gonna punch him in the dick anyway. Bring it, bitch! Cole Patterson, how long do you think Superman would last in Warhammer Fantasy? Superman would be just fine. Superman would be totally fine. I mean, if you take Superman as core to his character, like what Superman is, Superman is probably the scariest fucking threat to chaos imaginable. Like, Superman, like, to his core fundamentals, is a borderline god that's just like
Repanse de Lyonesse.
built up from the very fiber of his being to do the right thing. Like, chaos would be like, Jesus, get this guy away from me.
I move. Here to serve.
Like, I don't think the Warhammer world, I think the Warhammer world would be rough,
Battle ready.
but I really think it'd be okay. Like, magic is not that big of a deal for him. Like, it can, like, it's kind of painful, I guess, but like, he fights wizards all the fucking time. And Warhammer magic tends to come at a significantly higher... Okay, I'll put it very bluntly. Let me put this really fucking simple for everyone. The Warhammer universe, as a setting, is bitch levels of power. Like, as in, it is weak, sad, and pathetic compared to comic book universe. Comic book settings, the power level is so much more grotesquely strong that it is beyond explanation. Like, it is nightmarish levels of stronger. Warhammer has nothing that could stand up to a comic book universe like DC. Superman would Superman could fight the Chaos Gods. He is that bullshit. Like, when you're dealing with oh yeah, this is a character that can survive the erasing of the multiverse. Okay. like what? Warhammer's got nothing on that. Like, at the end of the day, Warhammer is fairly conservative with how it tends to swing around like power levels when you compare it to anime and comic books. Animes and comic books are by far the most hilarious, over-the-top, ridiculous bullshit you will ever see in your life, which makes them super fun and is part of their own settings and universes, so that's fine. I'm not criticizing it. I love it. It's stupid and it's a great time. Warhammer doesn't do that to the same level. Warhammer's got some cute things, some cool things, but Warhammer does not have its heroes casually fighting multiversal, unstoppable entities of like ruin and yada 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 yada. Like, I think the only way that Superman would be in any danger whatsoever was if whoever was writing the story decided to make it that Kryptonite and Warpstone are basically the same. You know, like they cross over, so to speak. If you did that, then there are entities that, you know, the Skaven could threaten Superman. You know, if someone was running a comic, like they were writing a comic about Superman goes to the Warhammer world and what happens, presumably they would want to tell an interesting story and would therefore ensure that Superman has weaknesses that can genuinely threaten him. Now, because he's fucking Superman, I think in the grand scheme of things, he'll still be perfectly fine. You know, he'll get punched and he'll get thrown around a bit. But, like, it's Superman. Superman wins. This is... The only thing that beats Superman is when Superman goes evil. And then when the actually good guy Superman shows up, that Superman kicks the shit out of evil Superman. I thought Superman has no resistance against magic in the comics. That is not true. Superman gets hurt by magic, but it does not just beat him. He is perfectly capable of fighting magic wielders.
It is done. Might of the lady. In the light of the lady. I see much.
Zinch would figure something out. I don't think he would. I'll be honest with you. And like, I think the Warhammer, I think at the end of the day, as hard as this may be to believe, and you don't have to believe this is just my personal interpretation. Chaos is a parasite type entity. It is like, it's a universal parasite that very much relies on people not being deeply fundamental, uncorruptible, good people. Chaos relies on that. Like, Chaos relies on the idea that people are inherently shitty. If you have an actual honest-to-God paragon, an actual honest-to-God paragon is going to whoop ass against Chaos. It's just gonna whoop ass. Because the Dark Gods are not any more powerful than, like, Darkseid, right? Or those level of bullshit. No, I think they'd make it, like, epic looking. You know, they'd make it, like, crazy, and Superman would be fighting greater demons, and he'd be, like, getting punched, and he'd be bleeding, he'd get messed up, but ultimately he's gonna win, because he's fucking Superman. If Warhammer took place during the reign of Grease's Goldtooth, would the game be called Hamhammer? No, but it should. They should bring Repanse back in the old world. That'd be cool, but I think she's already dead, unfortunately.
Consummate cheered. X100. How many Lord Croak does it take to deal with Bleach Squad 0?
Bleach Squad 0? Oh, dude, I don't know enough about Bleach. Like, I watched it when I was younger. I watched Bleach, but I only made it to like, what arc did I make it to? I think I made it past the bonus arc in the anime where they fought the no, that's not true. I made it to the end of Grimjowl's arc. So when Ichigo beats Grimjowl, that's as far as I made it. And then for whatever reason I stopped watching. Oh, you know what I think it was? I think I was watching it on Adult Swim. And I think after they got up to the Grimjowl arc and they finished it, if memory serves, they ended up doing reruns for a while. Like they didn't just keep going. They had to do reruns. Or there was like delays or whatever. And because of that, I did not like I just fell out of it because I wasn't able to just like keep going. Because that was back in the day. That was before we had streaming services. You couldn't just binge watch like you can today.
My reputation precedes me.
Not in the ancient times. Okay, I think I'd like a Grail Knight, and then I think I mean, we've got plenty of armor piercing and anti-large, to be honest. Maybe another Grail Guardian? Yeah, let's do one more Grail Guardian. And then that army's ready to go.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Ooh, Talisman of Endurance versus the Dragon's Claw. Yeah, we can put the Dragon's Claw on the Paladin. I am fine combining these. Potion of Healing. I'll put that on my Damsel. We can combine these. Forbidden Rod. Hell yeah, I'll take that. And then we can combine these for the Book of Ashur. Yeah, I'll give you the Book of Ashur. That's fine. Cool beans.
As you order.
I feel myself melting. Ugh.
Blessings of the lady be upon you.
And Bretonia has like so few fucking
Valiant Lord.
what you call it, like ancillaries.
Protector of the
Bro, I'm
realm.
so excited for the new unusual locations. The fact that 6.3, I think they sent the article that's gonna have like 20 more. I am like unironically so fucking excited for that. It's like inject it straight into my veins. I love unusual locations. Bleach Squad Zero's bullshitty strong.
And if you speak true, to understand.
What's up, Techless? A defensive alliance? You got it. I accept your offer, Wizard Twink. I also think Superman would beat the crap out of Tolkien's characters. Probably.
Peasant.
Tolkien, I mean, Tolkien's tricky. Tolkien has a very soft magic system. It is very difficult. In my opinion, it's really difficult to do Tolkien. Because, like, it's so soft. I wish for you to shut the fuck up.
Britonia for the lady.
Mr. Last Super Chat. Oh no.
Bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes.
What faction are you gonna play for the reworked
I accept your
beta?
offering for Malta Clan.
IG and Loman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Beastmen of the Southorns, East, or New World. What variation would you like to see emerge in the old world first?
Okay, hold on. Let me answer Luring Lions first. Which faction am I gonna play first with the reworked Siege beta? I don't know. Maybe dwarfs or greens, or maybe beastmen. Actually, beastmen seem like kind of a fun challenge. I think I'd rather play an attacker at first. So maybe I'll start with beastmen and then I'll kind of go from there. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna be honest. Wow, they get plus 10 control. That's fucking wild, dude. But I don't really need 10 control. I could do income from all buildings. That's pretty good. I've got some pretty serious income buildings here. Oh no, don't redeem. Oh fuck, someone redeemed the flatten. Hold on, I gotta fix it. God damn it. That's my bad. I forgot again. Okay, there's that part. And then streamer bot, that's what I need. There we go. And now I will honor the redeem manually for just a bit. Nope, oh god, that's wrong. There we go. Okay. There we go. Vampiric Scorchers. Okay.
The lady calls me.
I need to stop Morgar. That's not Morgar. Malagor. I'm not too worried if he goes for Kasabar though. Kasabar has a good garrison. Let me get those fucking archers. I wanted these ages ago. Okay. Let's finish my defenses over here. Ah, Sir John the Devoted is ready to march. I need you to go win a sea battle before you do anything else. That way you can level up your damsel. And then I'd like to hire a damsel here. Oh my god, really? A max tier? Oh, that's so lame. A max tier Cathedral of the Lady only gives you +1 damsel. That sucks. Should give you like +2 for a tier 5 version. Jesus. Aishan Loman answered your question. Where would I like to see new beastmen emerge from first? Southlands, East, or New World? Personally, I would be most interested in the Eastern Beastmen. And the reason I say that is that I feel like the Eastern Beastmen are going to be super fascinating because I would want to see what separates them from like the Tigermen and the Monkey Warriors, because there's a lot of very similar type creatures over there. So like, what, from Cathay's perspective, what is like the big breakdown between the Beastmen, the Monkey Warriors, and the Tigermen? And are the Beastmen simply like the exact same as they are in the old world, which admittedly feels kind of weak? Or are they like more complex than that? And like based on like different animals and stuff. So I have questions that I would like to see answered.
Do you know who I am? Very well, I go.
Hey, bring it on, losers. Very nice.
My reputation precedes me.
All right, we can do your final vow, which Defeat a legendary lord of Demons of Chaos. I mean, we can go fight Scarbrand. He's in the area. Also Vampire Coast. Sure. I mean, Sartosa's right here. I could challenge Sartosa.
Lord of Bretonia.
That could be kind of
My
fun.
strength and wisdom are yours. Hyas.
Just gotta find Lyonesse. Finally, we got a tier 3 farm. Alright, let's get maxed out garrison just so this settlement is like really well defended. We're going after Malagor, who's just sitting there being an asshole. Big surprise. Okay. Alright, I think that's been long enough. I can turn back to human form. And now you can redeem that organically.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed so.
I really gotta get blackout curtains. It would probably help with the temperature in here. Woo! It is 98 degrees today, which, I mean, for July standards is not that bad. Like, the fact that it's less than 100 degrees is wild. But, it is still pretty hot.
For Bretonia, with Bretonian fire!
Get back here, you coward!
Bretonia commands me.
Okay, we do have the Safer Woods Decree. Awesome. Let's go ahead and get the Ruinous Powers Decree, because we're probably about to start fighting, demons.
Yes.
Do I want to start a war with these guys? Might be better for me to focus on, like, the actual enemy that's about to come, like, barging down my throat. Oh my good lord. Triple Slaughter Brute, 5 units of Minotaurs, 2 Soul Grinders, and a Bloodthirster. Oh my!
All right.
Held off by, held off by noble halberdiers and greatswords.
For the Empire.
I mean, they might win.
Noble.
Yeah, I guess I should focus on demons.
Very well, if you insist.
Meow. Probably shouldn't pick a fight with the, Vampire Coast when I could theoretically have another enemy jumping down my throat. Just look that up, how hot that is in Celsius. How do you survive? You get used to it. Also, I have very good air conditioning. It's still not as good as I would like, but it is good. Sotek is Krokar arguably the best general in the lore. Yeah, he's up there for sure. I trying to think. I would say yes. He is probably one of, if not the best, one of the best generals in the lore. Yes. Because unlike a lot of aspects, we'll say, like a lot of other like super ancient entities, he does not actually have he doesn't actually have he's like, although Krokar, because of the way just like Warhammer works, Krokar is played off as like more of a like a big spooky big spooky fighter. He is more accurately a very notable big bad when it comes to being like a genius level tactician, is what I would say. Like one thing you'll notice, one thing that me and Andy vehemently disagree on, like I could not agree less with Andy on this. Also, Konstantin Sternkopf, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That helps pay for my food and my doctor's appointments and my air conditioning, all of which I need to survive. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. But something me and Andy deeply disagree on is that Andy thinks tabletop stats are relevant to the lore, and I don't. I think that Andy is absolutely fucking out of his mind to ever reference tabletop stats. Because I find them wildly inconsistent. And they're not, like, that's just not the way it works, in my opinion. Because, like, if you've watched Lorebeards, we've often talked about things where he'll be like, oh, well, such and such obviously isn't that great because they're only weapon skill 9. And I hate when he does that. I hate when he does that. Because, like, to me, it's obvious that, like, Games Workshop almost works like a game review site where they're, like, allergic to the concept of ever using the number 10 outside of, like, leadership. And they also try to, like, kind of balance things. So I think that the tabletop stats are completely irrelevant. And should never, under any circumstances, be considered an argument for, like, lore stuff. And anyone who does that is absurd, in my opinion. Especially because depending on the edition, that kind of stuff, like, changes wildly.
Honor before glory.
Alright, where is Scarbrand? He ran off this way. Oh my god. Malagar is so fast! Get his ass! That is not an easy goat boy to catch. If you had to choose who's the most interesting Primarch, literally none of them. I could not give less shits about Primarchs. I think Primarchs are easily the single-handedly most boring aspect of the entire 40k setting. I would rather care about anything else. It's not Primarchs. It's like, look, we built this entire setting around a ridiculous family drama. I don't care. I want to know what the Tyranids are doing, or the Necrons, or the Eldar, or just anybody else. But that being said, if you were holding a gun to my head and you said, Sotek, too bad I'm holding a gun to your head, please pick a Primarch. The most interesting to me, based on what bits I know, I would probably say probably Vulcan. Like, Vulcan at least seems to have a moral compass. That he seems to what little bits I understand about his lore. So take this with a massive grain of salt. But from what little bits I understand, it seems like Vulcan has, like, a fairly strong moral compass compared to the other Primarchs. But his moral compass isn't really able to function properly as an agent of the Imperium. And that seems to fuck with him a lot. So I do find that quite interesting. As, like, a potential storyline. Alternatively, Fulgrim's pretty cool because he has killed the most Primarchs. And I do hate Primarchs, so, like, That's a pretty big bump in my book. You know, if he's destroying the worst thing that Games Workshop has ever made, truly he is the hero we needed. Malagor's really starting to Benny Hill chase. That's okay. I mean, he's a Beastman. It's what Beastmen do. But I know where he is.
The lady is watching.
I got you, bitch. Let's fucking do this. I chased you across this desert. And you thought you could hide, but the lady reveals all. Angron's the cruelest Primarch. Angron is pretty cool. I think the downside to me for Angron is it feels like they kind of over-stupefied him when he became, like, the big demon Primarch. Based on what little bits I know about him, I wish he had retained more of his intellect. Because he seemed, of all the Primarchs, it seemed like Angron by far had some of the best genuine grievances against the Emperor, and like had some of the best moral standing for like why the Emperor was just the fucking worst. And like had legitimate criticisms to poke at the Imperium, but then he kind of got made a big dum-dum berserker, which is fine. I wish, I think he would have been more interesting if he had retained his intelligence. But like, not that he was necessarily a genius, but like he seemed to have had, like, he seemed to have been more than capable of like having some interesting philosophical discussions. You know, like when he has his big fight with Lionel Johnson in the newer lore, which definitely should have lasted like significantly longer than it did. But like when that whole storyline happened, I was kind of surprised how kind of like meh the whole thing ended up being. Like the whole situation sort of died with a whimper. And it's like, it would have been cool for Angron to, like, I don't know, been like screaming at his brother about like everything the Imperium has become over the last 10,000 years, and like how horrible it all is, and like how he was right, like the Emperor was a poison and like he was evil, and clearly standing against him was the right thing because like look how decrepit and awful the Empire or the Imperium has become. But that would have probably required balls on the part of the writers, and I don't think they have those balls. I don't think they would have been willing to do that much of a call out on the Imperium. I know nothing of 40k, but isn't the Imperium of Man the bad guy? Like Chaos is the bad guy, capital B, but Imperium is bad guy. Okay, so it's kind of this situation where GW sort of painted themselves into a corner. Okay, this is just my opinion. I want to make this very clear. This is just my opinion. Take it with a massive amount of salt. I am not a 40k Loremaster by any stretch of the imagination. But the Imperium is the main character of 40k. Just flat out. They are the protagonists of Warhammer 40,000. This has led to a bit of a tricky scenario where, from an objective point of view, the Imperium is fucking evil. Like they are big, all capital letters, bold, underline, like whatever you want to do. Like they are some of the most evil motherfuckers of any setting you'll read about. They're terrible. But because they are the protagonists, Games Workshop has attempted to build a universe around them where everyone is just as bad. So there's no, like, the hope, which is what I think GW was trying to aim for, is that there's no good guys, there's only bad guys. And so like within that there's like levels of bad guy. Now it's a bit tricky in my opinion, because the Imperium is the main character, you get a lot of really bizarre books about them, where it seems like oftentimes certain authors don't get the memo, and they don't want to write like super evil space Nazi Imperium, which is a cool faction. So instead they make like a super heroic Imperium, which is a little weird because they're simultaneously super horrible, awful space fascists, but the setting has backed itself into a bit of an awkward moralist corner, because you have this issue of like, oh, well, they're the super awful space fascists, so obviously they're super evil. But then you would have writers come along that would be like, well, I don't want to write that. I want to write about like themes of brotherhood and heroism and fighting against the inevitability of the dark and no. So those guys would then be like, well, okay, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. It's just some of it's good. And then you go, okay, so are these like the super noble good guys, or are they still space fascists? And GW's like, oh, they're both, which is weird, because then you're like, okay, what is the message here? And the best way I can describe it is like, often what you'll hear when you talk to fans, right? Like Space Marine fans, is you'll hear something along the lines of someone will say, oh, the Imperium is bad, but it has to be that kind of bad, or else it won't survive. Like, it has to be evil. Which, no. Just objectively, no. And so this has led to kind of a weird situation from an outside view, where like the Imperium is super bad, is genuinely just super horrible and awful and evil and stuff. But it wants to have its cake and eat it too. So it's also the good guys slash protagonists. And because they're the protagonists, they try to make everybody else to be out to be bad guys. But when you sit down and look at everybody else, like a lot of them, you're like, I don't know if these guys are really evil. Like the Leagues of Votan, you look at the Leagues of Votan, you're like, I'm not really sure what's supposed to be so bad about these guys. Like, they're kind of into ancestor worship, and they use robots and AI, and they like mine for resources, so I guess they could be kind of greedy, and maybe they can like kind of be over aggressive in how they like collect resources. But I don't know, they don't seem that evil. And then like the Tau came out, right? And the Tau are more like a collective of various Xenos, even though GW has done a terrible job expanding on their range. So even though they have like all these really badass Xenos in their faction in the lore, they're not actually playable. And the Tau, it's like, oh, yeah, no, they're really not that bad. And then like we have the Dawn of War video games, and the Dawn of War video games are like, they're not as good as they look. They lobotomize people. They sterilize and lobotomize people. And everyone's like, what? What? Do they? I don't know if that's still canon. it might still be canon. I don't know. I don't know if that was just a Dawn of War-ism. But
The lady calls me.
no, the Imperium is definitely like
Repanse,
if you take the lore as a whole, right? Like if you take the way they write like the big army books and they explain the wider setting, the Imperium, and you like read the propaganda and everything that the Imperium puts out, the Imperium is undoubtedly, beyond a shadow of a doubt, evil as fuck.
It shall be so.
However, if you read like just like like say the Horus Heresy, or like little tidbits of like just Space Marine books, or like Gaunt's Goats probably, or whatever, I don't know, but like there are certain series that if you were to read them, you would be like, okay, well the Imperium obviously seem like the good guys here, what's the deal? And it's confusing and kind of a mess. And to be super frank, GW put themselves in that position, and it's their own goddamn fault, and I don't really feel bad for them.
Armored in faith.
And I don't know how they're gonna get out of it, because they have simultaneously gotten themselves into a situation where a significant amount of their fans hate change, and have convinced themselves that a certain version of the setting in their heads is like, oh, that's what Warhammer is. But most people will have different interpretations of what Warhammer is. So you just get in these really funky scenarios, where everyone has different interpretations. And so when GW tries to sort of pivot a little bit, to get updated with like what they want people to think Warhammer is, it causes everybody's heads to explode. The whole thing's a mess. That's the TLDR. Whole thing's a mess.
Yes, ready.
I mean, for me personally, I don't mind or really care about like
The lady wills it.
like 40k is super grimdark, blah, blah, blah. For me, I just find it boring that the Imperium is the main character, because I want to know what's going on in the wider universe, or the wider galaxy, rather. Like, I want to know what's going on in the galaxy and what all, like, the different aliens are up to, and yada, 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 and that's not really what the setting's about. The setting is about the Imperium and how they survive against a selection of different threats. Can we say 40k just copy-paste chaos from fantasy? No, because it's more complicated than that. Fantasy and 40k copy-pasted each other a lot. There is a significant amount of things, both in 40k and in fantasy, that were basically taken from one another. I wouldn't really say that either of them was like truly like, oh, well, this, like, I mean, you could argue that like Space Marines are in a way like kind of stolen from fantasy, because the Space Marines were basically just good guy Chaos Warriors, but the original Chaos Warriors are from fantasy, which I'd be like, okay, I guess. But like I don't think it's really easy by any stretch of the imagination to like point a finger at any of the settings and be like, this is where all of the ideas originated from, because I just think it's more complex than that. Like, you know, it's an old legacy of a lot of different things being shared between settings. I mean, if you've been on any of the kind of recent streams of Lorebeards, we've talked a lot about how we've talked quite a bit about how the elves and the Eldar share a truly staggering amount of lore. Like they are butt buddies in the highest possible sense of the word. and have been for many, 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 many years.
The heat is cruel.
The settings have stolen from each other absolutely silly amount of times. You know, like, I don't think it's a coincidence that the Celestial Dragon Emperor is, or Shen Yang, is very similar to the Emperor of Mankind, but he makes different decisions than the Emperor did. But like, they are very similar characters. Encourage Ooh, yes. Encourage fanaticism would make me a very happy boy. Oh, then I could get that 10% ward save for all Grail Knights. Oh! That's good shit right there.
May the lady guide your
Just remember,
way.
guys, the true good guys of Warhammer 40,000 will always be, and has always been, the Tyranids.
For Britonia, for the
Because
lady.
when in doubt, just eat everything. Eat everything, and all of your problems will be solved. They are the true moralists of the of the 40k setting. They're not evil, they're just hungry. They're just hangry. Boys gotta eat. They're a growing organism. They gotta eat. It's not their fault.
Yes?
You know, they're not out there killing you for moral reasons. they're just hungry.
Yes. Yes, my reputation precedes me. Noble.
It always makes me laugh when people are like, "Oh, the Tyranids are evil." It's like, are they? Like, I don't think you can call an animal evil. Bunch of silly gooses.
She speaks, I listen.
I don't think I'm gonna keep Agrimigdal, but I guess I could repair it. Except when they specifically target the Blood Angels. Listen, right? If you have a hyper adaptive creature, right? If you have an organism that is capable of adapting to its environment faster than most creatures in nature, and that creature is being like actively threatened and killed in its attempt just to survive by something else, and it evolves to deal with said entity that is antagonizing it, that doesn't make it evil. It's just evolving. But to be fair, I would say GW has been really inconsistent on how the fuck the hive mind works, because there have definitely
To
been,
the enemy.
like, if you read a Tyranid book, like if I read like I have the 8th edition, I think, Tyranid army book,
To battle.
and it's like, oh yeah, no, the Tyranids are just like, it's like an entity, but it's not a thinking rational entity. It's more like you know, it's more like a bizarre
In the lady's name.
uber animal, but it doesn't have emotions. It doesn't think in a way that we can understand. But then I think they released like some kind of I think a novel got released that's like, oh yeah, the Tyranids hate the Blood Angels. And it's like, okay, well, which is it? Is it an unthinking, unfathomable space entity that is incapable of being understood and is like beyond our comprehension? Or is it just a big angry bug person? Because you can't have it both ways. Which then is when I would say, because the Imperium is the main character, and you have Imperium writers who want to make the Imperium the good guys, they will deliberately personify the hive mind and make the hive mind evil, so that they can justify, like, oh no, the Imperium are the good guys. Even though I don't think that's what the Tyranids should be. And I think that makes the Tyranids very silly. Like, if it's just some big stupid space bug that is capable of being functionally human, then obviously it's not the Cthulhu-esque, incomprehensible, nightmarish space entity that GW wants it to be. It's just another mad, it's just angry. It's like, oh, it's so angry. Blah. It's like, okay, so it's not an unfathomable Cthulhu-esque entity, because if it's an unfathomable Cthulhu-esque entity, it should not give a shit about Space Marines. Like, it should not care about them other than reacting in self-defense. Like, it realizing it's being attacked and defending itself against, like, any organism would. But like I said, GW likes to have their cake and eat it too, and it's just silly. I think I don't actually have a lot of anti-armor piercing and anti-large, so I guess I take Tippy Griffith Albert. But if I'm gonna take one, I might as well take two. We can drop a Yeoman, that's fine.
Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am?
Repanse de Lyon.
Alright. So I could go south to attack Zinch. I could go north. I think I'm gonna go south and take the fight to the demons.
Battle comes.
That sounds like a good time.
For Britannia, my forces cannot march.
Space bugs, you say. Time to do my part. Is the Emperor the hive mind? I mean, I don't know. There was actually one of my favorite jokes from If the Empire Had a Text-to-Speech Device, which was a very good show. I think one of my favorite jokes that comes up in that show is when the Emperor finds out about the Tyranids for the first time, and like his little guys explain to him what the Tyranids are and how they work, and he's like, oh shit, I should have just done that with humanity. Like, that would have been way smarter than what I did. Which is like super funny to me. When he's just like, that would have been a great idea. I love that scene so much. Because it does seem like something he would have done to humanity if he could have figured out a way to pull it off. So, Tech, if patch 6.3 comes with a free unit for the Tomb Kings and Lizardmen, what would I pick for each faction? For the Tomb Kings, I would undoubtedly pick Ushapti with great weapons. Easy, done. Or Tomb Guard with great weapons. I would accept either. Personally, I would prefer the Ushapti, I think, but I would also be okay with Tomb Guard with great weapons. For the Lizardmen, I would want... Lizardman's a little tricky, because you want it to be a unit variant. I would want Skink Horned One Riders.
Very well, if you insist.
Yeah, I would want Skinks riding on Horned Ones. That would be my big pick. Do I have a military access? No, I don't. Bummer. Oh, Western Provinces. Hello.
May our understanding continue.
Money, 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 money. +1 Lord rank faction wide. That's quite nice. I'm coming, Techless. Whoops. I don't know if I meant to intern there, but oh well. Have I read the Doom novels? No. I probably should at some point because 40K stole a massive... 40K is basically like, they took Dune, they took Starship Troopers, and they took Judge Dredd. And they stirred it all together, and then they stole a bunch of shit from Michael Moorcock to finish it off, and that is 40K. Like, the vast majority of 40K was stolen from those 4 sources. Fantasy was mostly stolen from Tolkien, and Michael Moorcock. And there was one other guy, but I can't remember his name.
Shall we?
Do I have... Okay, I do have military access with the dwarfs, so I can go help them
I am ready.
with their Zinch problem, because holy shit, Zinch has corrupted the fuck out of these mountains.
The sun pours down.
And the dwarfs are just sitting there being like, ah! they're just accepting their death. Wow, Death Gorge fell. Okay. I really wanted the Pillar of Bone. Bummer. All right. I guess I should sell Agrumigdal to him. I really don't want this territory because it sucks for me. Yeah, I'll take $8,000. Thank you. All right. Sir John, ride north with all haste and take the war to mine foes. Tier 5 Kasabar, let's go. Alright.
With passion.
Who's Michael Moorcock? It's Moorcoch, or no, Cock, I think. Michael Moorcock was a really famous British fantasy pulp author that from the 1980s, maybe a little before the 80s as well. But he wrote a series of pulp novels and comic books that formed the basis of what a lot of Warhammer would shamelessly steal. Notably, like Chaos, like the concept of the Chaos Gods, the 8-pointed star of Chaos, the Gods of Order, which got turned into stuff later, the elves, like our elves and Eldar, all that jazz came from him. Like if you go read his books, you'll be like, oh shit, I recognize so much of this.
For the lady.
Vanquisher of the Undead. Yeah, sure. All right, let's go fight the big finale mission for Repanse. Repanse has felt the lady's influence once again, ever guiding her towards the annihilation of the unholy evils of the world. Deep in the desert beyond the Great Mortis Delta, priests of the dead have already started to ceremonially circumambulate the malevolent ebony symbol known as the Black Pyramid, and I ran out of time. Let's go!
Hear me, brothers. The foul, undead kings of these lands want to see the world bow to the dark shroud of their rule. This greatly offends the lady. I may have been born a peasant, but it has been my life's purpose to ensure that men of the righteous and good triumph over evil in all forms. I fear no evil, for I am guided by the lady's divine will. She watches over me and shows me the way.
What's original in fantasy? Skaven, yeah.
Faith in her guides me and gives me strength. Have faith in me, and I shall do the same for you. To battle, chevaliers!
Yeah, the big ones are the big things that is original to Warhammer are Skaven, Zotes. I want to say there's one other thing. I'm struggling to remember what it is. Skaven, Zotes, the Famir, although heavily inspired from a historical thing, weren't like ripped from another fantasy setting at least.
Feel true power. You require magic.
Knightly valor.
Henry, good old Henry. I'm pretty sure you could beat the shit out of Cetra, so why don't you just go crazy, my dude. Run, Felix, run! Repanse, you could just get on in there. It's fine.
The lady's fury. Divine fury. Feel my fury.
Shopping. For the king.
All shall know my power.
I should pay attention. That would be wise.
Take the ground. Mine host.
Come on, Felix, you're falling behind.
My axe burst.
You got places to be, boy.
You are done. Grant me your wisdom. The
Get rid of all these archers.
at once.
These archers suck and I hate them.
Yes. Your call. Twisting knights.
Let's go shut down all this.
Battle ready. Run and throw.
Into them.
Throw.
You can stay behind and protect all that stuff.
Swiftly.
Okay, Cetra is pretty much dead. Alright, cool. No more Cetra.
I am ready. Give the order. Know my strength.
Reinforcements have arrived.
It is finished. Repanse de Lyonesse. The lady's fury.
An enemy unit has spawned. Okay, it's just Shumpty.
Chevaliers ready.
Aye.
Attack. I see that.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
IG Loman donated $5.
Oh,
for
thank
super
you.
Chat. If you had to choose between GW giving you either 2 demons for each god or a model and lore for each ever chosen to exist, what would you decide?
2 demons for each god or a model and lore for each. Okay, what do you mean by each god? Do you mean like every single god, or do you mean just like
Trebuchet.
new demons for the dark gods? Like, am I getting like divine servants for like more tall Raya, like the whole shebang? Like what's the specifics here?
I serve the lady.
Please die.
The true heart shall prevail.
Paladin of Bretonia.
In the light of the lady. Repanse de Lyonesse.
For the Chaos Gods. Okay, in that case, I would definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, take the, I would want the, Ever-Chosen one. Model and lore for Ever-Chosen. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, we have enough demons that I'm happy and can work with it for, like, 1,000 years. The idea of getting all of the Ever-Chosens, like, holy shit, dude, that's, like, way more valuable to me. Actually, he's got it.
It is finished.
Let's not overstare. Welcome.
Slay
Except you go trek, you can overstay your welcome.
Repanse de Lyonesse!
I'm gonna go hunt Khalida.
On my way.
That's fine.
Come unto me! I move! With fury! Know my strength!
There's just a random Ushopti unit? Okay.
Sorceress!
Fight, kill. Lives depend on it. Yes.
Power of the lady! Child of light!
Paladin of Bretonia! My blade
Pop that.
falls.
You require magic! Lady demands blood! Damsel!
Everything's going well.
To fight.
Gotrek and Felix are fighting the Scorpion.
All right. Steady.
Very, very spooky Scorpion. Khalida's almost dead. Knights, why don't y'all take out that Acropolis Knight squad? And who's this? That is Grand Hierophant Katep. Okay, so let's turn our infantry army to the side here.
Test done.
I feel like the summoning times are a little off in this fight, because if they had spawned all much closer back to back, this would actually probably be a little bit of a challenge. But they're spawning in pretty slowly, so it's not that difficult to react.
Bretonia!
Yeah, I need you to go kill Katep while we mop up here.
The lady's fury!
Your command! Ride them down! Questing knights!
Damsel!
What are the chances Kabanda appears in the end times? I would say absolutely zero.
Feel my
Kabanda was a genuinely. I'm not saying this as like, oh, I hate him, so this is how I interpret it. Kabanda was 100 billion% in the end times just a fan insert. The author liked him, thought he was a cool character, was a fan of him from 40k stuff, and decided to include him in the story because they just like the character. But GW is pretty heavily veered away from that. The biggest thing being that Kabanda has zero appearance whatsoever in Age of Sigmar and has basically just been retconned out of existence. He never should have been in the book in the first place, and I think that Games Workshop agrees with that sentiment because he got scrubbed out.
priestess of the lady!
Swiftly. At once. Put it. All set.
Like, it was... The end times were super rushed. There was a lot of really weird decisions and a lot of bizarre takes. And pretty much all of the authors were able to get away with writing some really bizarre things. Most of which I don't think GW is wanting to keep. Which we've seen, because Age of Sigmar has slowly but surely been erasing the vast majority of the decisions made in the end times and replacing it with like better stuff. Not everything. Like there have been some decisions that stuck, but it seems like the majority of decisions are slowly getting scrubbed away, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Repanse de Lyonesse!
Back to back. Feel my blade. I am the power. Number knights.
Pull back, knights. Pull back.
You require magic? Feel true power!
Get out of there, lads.
I see much! Anon!
I'll die willingly.
Okay, Katep's dead. I can go focus on the Hydro Titan.
Repanse de Lyonesse!
still funny to me that the High Retine's even in this damn game.
For Britonia!
The High Retine was such a bizarre, like, felt like it didn't really exist thing in tabletop for the longest time. And then Total War was just like, oh, here you go. You want a High Retine? Here's a High Retine.
Legendary paladin!
Doing it! I will! Show here!
But yeah, I would be willing to bet anyone money that Kabanda would not make an appearance in a Total War Warhammer DLC. That for like if they ever do an end times thing, I do not think he'll make any kind of appearance. Which is as it should be.
Lyonesse!
Men of Britonia! Have at him! Honor the lady!
It is finished!
Let's keep our buffs nice and fresh.
Bring the creature!
Come unto me!
Power Titan, but no Kimrick Titan. Hey, all things in good time, my dude. All things in good time.
Paladin of Britonia! Britonia needs
Man, the Higher Titan does have some fucking cool combat animations, though. I'll give him that. That laser eye beam attack is so fucking cool. Alright, this will clear out this little pack. I don't remember if Archon the Black shows up. I'm pretty sure Archon shows up for this, but I don't think he shows up to the very end. Hey, Jaeger!
Priestess of the lady!
How dare you, sir?
Your behest! In Britonia's name!
Alright, reform the line! Reform the line!
At once! To war!
Hue of heart!
The lady's fury! Yes, now!
Is Archon gonna show up, or is that it?
I see much!
Oh no, that's it. Okay. I thought Archon showed up at the end, but I guess not. That fight's fun. It definitely feels like they should all spawn like almost immediately at the start. But yeah.
You bring
Ugh.
token trinket to give to Throt. Yes,
How
yes.
dare you flat me?
Good,
Flat me is
good.
pretty cute though.
I accept
I
your
am
offering
pretty fucking
for
cute.
Molda Clan.
Do you think we'll get the Cursed Company? I wouldn't put it out of the realm of impossibility.
Swedish krona through super chat. I've heard that Gorfang did some truly horrific things to Cazador's son.
Yes.
Things that drove him mad. I was wondering what exactly did Rockgut do to him?
So I'll kind of TLDR it, but basically
The Lyonesse!
what Gorfang Raka did to Cazador's son was that he essentially, after like bursting into the hold and taking him captive, Gorfang made him watch as him and all of his orcs murdered all of the other dwarfs, because they killed everybody else. Well, not everybody else. They took a number of people captive actually, but you know, they killed a lot of his like friends and family. And then Gorbad basically like Gorbad crucifies him on his father's throne. So I can't remember his son's name. But somebody, I'm sure somebody in chat will. But basically Gorbad crucifies him on the throne. So he puts like big iron nails through his hands and stuff. He also shaves him using a really like big dull choppa. So he does like a really bad job shaving him, and just like butchers a big part of his face and his head. And then he also tortures him a bit more and then leaves him there for his father to find. So Gorfang kind of very meticulously does what he knows would be the most like devastating crippling experience for a dwarf to go through. And it just breaks him. Kazarek, that's right. So yeah,
Your terms?
it was pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
Yes. Make this quick. I have important matters to attend to.
Is there anyone? Oh no, you don't hate anyone that I hate. That I'm not already at war with. Bummer.
Can I assist?
All right, so all I've got to do now is occupy, loot, or raise just a shitload of stuff, basically.
Protector of the realm.
Whoops, forgot about you. My bad. Time to go take over the mountains. I'm shocked he didn't take the Slayer Oath on the spot. Honestly, I think he was kind of too fucked up. And I don't know if his father even would have let him, to be honest. He eventually does essentially take the Slayer Oath, and he ends up escaping from Kadak Azul, and he goes to fight Gorfang Rotgut in Blackcrag, where he's killed.
Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
From Igman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I'm a bit curious, who would you say are the top 3 high L4 leaders, in terms of effectiveness, results, and how they perform on the battlefield?
The top 3 elf generals? Or war leaders?
Such relentless heat. Time to
I
march!
would say Tyrion. Oh, that's hard. Definitely Tyrion. Definitely Emmerich. And then probably a Lithanar. That would probably be like the big 3. Though it does depend on like circumstances. So like depending on what's going on exactly, that could change the answer. You know what I mean?
I go thither.
Oh, that's a lot of rats
Do you know who I am?
against one little Bretonnian army. I may need to head a little further inland to get a better. Actually, I should probably just go after the Vampire Coast. Why am I
My
here?
strength and wisdom.
I don't need to fight the Skaven. Fuck that. I'm gonna go fight the Vampire Coast. That's a way better idea. I don't want to fight in the mountains. That looks like it's gonna suck. Any chance we see Halfling DLC in Total War? If you get Dogs of War, you will almost guaranteed get Halflings. Excuse me. But you'll have to get Dogs of War for that. Because Dogs of War would almost assuredly also come with a bunch of, like, mercenary units. In addition to, like, your Talea and Astalia stuff. So that's what you would be relying on.
To give to Throt, yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
From Igman donated $5 through Super Chat. I recall you bringing up that Malekith being scared of Tyrion being nonsense. So what would you change to justify his fear of Tyrion?
Okay, so to be blunt, Andy said that, not me. First of all, I don't think it's that ridiculous for Malekith to be afraid of Tyrion. I think that's actually quite reasonable. Malekith, whatever. Malekith is often portrayed as a fairly good, dangerous warrior, but he's not an Aryan reborn. Tyrion is an Aryan reborn.
She speaks.
and is like an absolute ass kicker. And just like horrifyingly scary. Tyrion is like one of the things that I disagree with Andy about. Well, there's like I said, there's plenty of things me and Andy disagree about. But one of the things I rather emphatically disagree with him about is that I do not think that the war game, how do I say this? Andy has rather strong opinions about that a lot of the most powerful characters in the Warhammer world, not all of them, but a great many of them, are not represented in the tabletop game. Because they just aren't really relevant to what a lot's going on. They're more often going to be found in like the roleplay game. And that, like, for instance, Tyrion and Teclis are not as powerful as the setting kind of hand waves them to be. I disagree. I think that
you bring token trinket.
I think very much that Tyrion and Teclis are obscenely powerful individuals. They are terrifyingly powerful individuals.
Araby donated $5 through Super Chat. Sotek, what would the Lady of the Lake do if Bretonnia invaded Altuan? Also in a Bretonnia invading Altuan scenario, what about Mathlin versus Manon?
I'll get to that in just a second. Like, the idea to me that, and it's because that supports ultimately the narrative of the game. I can understand why Andy isn't necessarily a fan of certain aspects of that, but I think that they're just prodigies. They're just fucking insane prodigies. And there's a point where someone can just be blessed with so much fucking obscene levels of natural skill that they are, for all intents and purposes, just like it feels like you're dealing with like a borderline god. You know what I mean? So I very much get that. And for me, what I would functionally do is that I would approach it from the sense of that I would work with a narrative where Malekith knows damn well that Tyrion is essentially an Aryan reborn. Like, he knows that. And he knows how fucking terrifying an Aryan is. And that Malekith knows he doesn't really need to fight Tyrion. It's better for him to take a much more cautious approach and choose his battles carefully to ensure that he puts himself in the best scenario. You know, Tyrion can't be everywhere at once. And Tyrion also, as one of his kind of pseudo weaknesses, isn't able to be as nearly maneuverable riding around on a horse as Malekith is up on a dragon. As a big spooky sorcerer.
Yes. Good. I accept your offering for Molda.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
Alexander donated 50 Swedish krona through Super Chat. I know that the Norse Can Lord will receive big updates with mechanics for top, but do you think there is a chance Teclis will get a Queen mechanic?
Yes, I think there's a chance Teclis will get something. I don't think it's going to be like super sophisticated, but I think he'll get something. You know, the devs are very, very aware of a lot of the criticisms that people have been leveling at the game and a lot of the various problems and things that, you know, they want to see addressed. And a very, very popular problem that people want to see fixed is that Teclis feels really boring. Teclis does not have anything going on exciting for him, and people want him to feel like a really good, powerful wizard. So I think there is very much a desire by the devs to do what they can to make Teclis feel, you know, appropriately like a big caster badass, which is gonna involve, you know, some mechanic shuffling. I guess I could start working up the blue skill tree, might as well. But yeah, so hopefully that answers your Tyrion and Teclis thing. I think Andy very much underestimates Tyrion and Teclis. Because their feats are fucking bonkers. They have absurd feats. And if you want to use like the tabletop system, they are borderline unkillable. Like in most editions of the game, they have like a 3-up ward save that is against everything. Like they are practically impossible to fucking kill. And it's usually not even from a goddamn magic item. It's usually from like a fucking ability. They're stupid, and I say that with love.
Greetings. What do you require of Karakazol?
Give me money.
For Karakazol!
But that's just one of those things that me and Andy disagree on. And I think he could, I'm sure Andy could make a perfectly reasonable, excellent argument as to why his opinion is good. But I just don't share it.
You bring token.
Okay, let me get caught up on the rest of these.
Yes.
Okay. I'll let Throt finish ranting, and then I'll get caught up with this. Sorry, 1 second.
Fromigman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Question: what is the most absurd feat that Tyrion and Teclis have under their respective belts? Also, did Tyrion ever learn that Sigmar is real?
How do I want to answer this? Okay, hold on. Let me get Arenthiel caught up, and then I'll come back to you, Eggman. Arenthiel, Sotek, what would the Lake do if Bretonnia invaded Ulthuan? Also, in a Bretonnia invading Ulthuan scenario, what about Mathlan versus Manon? That's a great question. I don't know. Presumably, the Lady of the Lake would continue to support Bretonnia. Unless Bretonnia had somehow been deeply deceived, which is certainly possible, by like the machinations of chaos. If it was that, you know, the High Elves had done something that legitimately caused Bretonnia enough anger that they were like, okay, we have to invade and whoop up on these elves, then I think she would support them. I mean, she has supported them against the Wood Elves multiple times. So I see no reason why she would suddenly like draw a line in the sand and be like, oh, well, no, I'm not gonna support them now. Because obviously that would be silly. What do I want to do with this army? Do I want to have like Bugman's Rangers and Longbeards? I could get like War Machines and Gyrocopters, but I feel like the lady would not approve. Surely the lady would be disappointed if we were to do such sacrilegious nonsense. I don't really like any of these knights that much. I mean, plus 10 leadership's not terrible. That means I mean, plus 20 speed though. That is pretty fucking fast. Second one. I know the Norscan lore received a big update with mechanics for Tides of Torment, but do you think there is a chance Teclis? Oh, yes, Alexander. I do absolutely 100% think Teclis is going to get something. I don't know what, and I don't know if it's going to be enough to make people happy, but I think he's going to get something. Oh, I love when I start off already just needing this.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100. Gyrocopters are fine as they don't put gunpowder on Bretonnian soil. Hashtag Navy loophole.
That's actually super funny. Technically, I like your technicality. I approve of your technicality. I mean, I would argue that also means that Pegasus Knights and stuff should be able to use black powder and ranged weapons, but sure, why not? We'll allow a naval. We'll allow the naval loophole just for funsies. So we'll just bring a shitload of gyrocopters and bombers just for funsies. And then from Eggman, what's the most absurd feat both have done? I mean, the most absurd feat that Teclis did, well, okay, if you're talking about everything that's ever been written about them, the most ridiculous thing Teclis probably did was when he basically, like, single-handedly just Control-Alt-Deleted an entire army of, like, Dark Elves and Chaos Warriors. If you read the Sons of Aurelian book series, Teclis gets pretty fucked up in that series, but by the end of the book, he, like, makes it to a battlefield in time to join, like, a big fight, and he basically just walks up into the sky and is like, oh, like, haha, lol, and just casts a spell that makes, like, a big wall of fire that just across an army and just kills everybody. I mean, Teclis is basically a wizard that's so goddamn powerful that if there is not another wizard to oppose him actively, then he just shits on armies. Like, he just deletes them instantly. Tyrion, the most impressive thing Tyrion ever did was, if you go back and read the 6th, I think, edition of High Elf, excuse me, army book, that book tells the story of when Tyrion finally defeated Nakari one-on-one. So, like, him and Nakari have a fight. It's completely one-on-one, and he manages to defeat Nakari by himself, which is insane. Like, considering he is not a wizard, so he is not able to, like, dispel and or any of that shit. He just has to, like, brute force through, like, combat prowess his way through Nakari's magic, in addition to Nakari being the most powerful of the Keepers of Secrets. And Tyrion manages to grab success out of that scenario is insane.
Honor and duty.
Like, that is wild levels of just, like, holy mother of shit.
You honor me.
Hero of Bretonia.
I do not think it can be understated how absolutely gobsmacking bonkers that is of a feat.
I will lead by example.
Actually, I don't think I need fire arrows. I'll just take pox arrows. Grill relic. We will want stuff defending our gyrocopters, so I guess I'll just get some. I don't think I want royal stuff because it's gonna be really expensive. So I guess I'll just get some basic Pegasus Knights, and then I'll get some halberds, and I think we'll be good. Oh no, I need to leave one slot open for that last paladin. I probably don't need that many archers. I could use some trebuchets. That's what I need. Oh, do I not have blessed trebuchets? What the fuck? Oh, boo hiss. No, I don't. God damn it. No, I want that there. I'll build it at the Wizard Callus Palace. Here, cancel this. I'll put it here.
She speaks, I listen.
Honor before glory.
Defender of the weak. To the yard, men.
Kunshima cheered. X100. If Ariel sent force to protect Alariel/Aisha avatar from Dark Elves, does it mean Wood Elves are more aligned to High Elves?
No, I don't think so. I would say it's the Wood Elves are more anti-chaos than anything else. And in that instance, the Dark Elves were... So, okay, think about what the Wood Elves care about, right? The Wood Elves care about protecting the world roots, the weave, and the overall planet. In that particular time, the Dark Elves were attempting to kill Alariel using Nakari, a greater demon of chaos. And they were also burning down the Avalorn forest and threatening like a major world route. So for the Wood Elves, I think it was a scenario of like, oh, we're siding with the High Elves over the Dark Elves, which they were, but it was much more of a, well, fuck chaos and also fuck whoever is attacking this forest. The Wood Elves, from an objective, long, like, viewed out point of view, the Wood Elves definitely tend to side with the High Elves significantly more often than they do with the Dark Elves. And that's just because the Dark Elves are kind of assholes that destroy things constantly. Like, they're always blowing shit up. So, sensibly, they are... them and the Wood Elves clash rather frequently due to a, let's say, fundamental difference of opinion. Would be the most neutral way to put that.
Bretonia commands me.
Okay, Repanse is going to go fight the Skaven.
Very well.
You are going to go invade Sartosa.
I see.
And you are going to worry about defense against the Ratmen. I do want some blessed catapults, but they're not going to be ready for a while. What about the last half? Oh, did Tyrion ever learn that Sigmar's real? Yes, Tyrion chatted with Sigmar during the end times. There's a scene after Tyrion gets resurrected where because of what Tyrion is, because he gets brought back from the dead as the Avatar of Light, and as the Avatar of Light, he basically is able to look at Karl Franz and realize what he is pretty much immediately. Tyrion actually figures it out before anybody else does. Like, Tyrion is the first person that figures out that it's Sigmar, not actually Karl Franz. Is Anarion not more powerful than Tyrion? Anarion is significantly more powerful than Tyrion, because Anarion had two gods inside of him. He had Cain and Asherin basically sharing his body. Tyrion is Tyrion did not have both of those gods in his mortal form, so he was not as strong. Tyrion never became the Avatar of Asherin. He did become the Avatar of Cain during the end times, and he got really fucking scary. The only time Tyrion was likely as powerful as Anarion was when he became the Avatar of Light. As the Avatar of Light, he was probably as strong, if not stronger, than Anarion. But that's a pretty big if. Slash maybe. Necromorphous, what's up, dude? How you doing? End times, do you see that, even see that as actual lore? Yeah, I do. Not all of it was bad. Some of it was bad, but not all of it. And it happened. But I don't agree or like everything that happened in it, but my job isn't to pretend it didn't happen. My job is to look at it and see, okay, what happened and what can we do to learn from it to try and make a functioning setting? Like, what decisions can we reinterpret to make this work without just making everything like implode? Which I find quite enjoyable. Giko Gantes, thank you so much for the 47 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, my good sir.
For now, yes.
Don't you dare.
Hello. This island is mine now. Oh, daddy likes Sartosa. So many goodies. Yeah, sure, I'll keep all this shit.
Do you know who I am?
Level 20! We need Protectors of the Realm. Yep. Max Tier Comet.
I serve the lady.
Alright, Eleanor, you are gonna go make sure Skaven do not get any smart-ass ideas about coming into my territory.
Your words. For justice.
Ponce, we're gonna attack Misty Mountain, which has a shitload of rats in it. It doesn't have walls, though, but it is a settlement battle. I am okay with that. Let's boogie. So, talk about my earlier super chat question. What about Mathland versus Manon? Oh, that's hard. Because they are functionally the same deity? Debatably? More than likely? Possibly? So, it would depend. I mean, Mathland is a dick, and so is Manon. They're both assholes. So it is likely that they would support both sides. I don't think they would actually pick one side over the other. I think they would simultaneously favor both. Which you may go, well, how the fuck does that work? And I would say, well, the sea is a fickle mistress. And that is what Mathland / Manon is as a deity. So you would have elven wizards unleashing like powerful spells. Meanwhile, human priests would, you know, be firing off invocations and other crazy bullshit nonsense. And I think all of that would be happening pretty much simultaneously. I don't think Mathland or / Manon would pick a side. I think they would favor both. And their loyalty would be difficult to depend upon, if that makes sense. Because the sea answers to no man or elf. It does as it pleases, much to the horror of everyone involved. You know what I mean? So I don't think it would be like, oh, I'm gonna be on team such and such. I think it would be like, yeah, get fucked and try and stop me.
I seek glory. On it.
That hilarious moment when all the poison wind globes do more damage to the Skaven. Go check versus Skaven, I literally can't lose. Especially when I do that. It's killing so many Skaven, dude. Oh my good God. just instantly like 300 kills. Ooh, that's a big rat. Go track Garrison. Is this playthrough of the siege rework? No, I wish. This is just the current patch. Siege rework comes out on the 24th, which is in 5 days. Plague Priest. Ugh.
All the way. Kill.
For victory!
All right, Henry, you got more work to do.
You require magic?
Ooh, I don't like this.
My lady, grant me your sight. Grant me your wisdom. Very well. It is done.
Paladin, come kill the avalanche mortars so they don't outrange my artillery, please.
Feel true power. Chevaliers, ready.
All right then. All set.
Keep fighting, lads.
It is
We'll wear them down eventually.
My soul is aflame.
power of light.
Catapult, fire!
Serve our liege. Staying put. Ready for order.
Peasants, forward!
Knightly valor.
Child of light. It shall be.
Attack.
Anon. All shall know my power.
Ready for orders. Run them through. Righteous fury.
Knights! Oh god. Oh, those hurt. Those hurt really bad.
Heroes of Britannia. Trample them. At once. Drive them down.
Sorceress.
Range shit hurts.
Damsel.
Shut them down, boys.
Power of the lady. Give the
Okay,
order.
Repanse is dealing with the Plague Monk.
Legendary paladin.
Henry, let's take out those Jezzails.
Bound by honor. What orders? For the lady? As you say, the lady wills it. Hide them down. Show us the stone. All
Alright.
men.
Forward!
Is an order. Awaiting orders.
Paladin of Britannia. My blade is yours.
Ready to fight. Road track. I agree. Die, filth. Orders, my lord.
Priestess of the lady.
Oh, damsel's having a bad time. Pop off one of these.
I call thee forth.
You're okay. Hang in there. Yeah, get fucked.
Quickly. Post haste.
I'm out of here. See you, nerds.
Wills it. In the light of the lady.
Oh, this game are scary.
Sorceress.
Yeah, that utterly shattered those nerds, which is good.
Moving a base.
You require
You heal yourself. Go after them.
Awaiting orders.
Archers, let's focus on this big old thing over here. Halberds, let's get in. Let's get stuck in, lads.
For Britannia.
Y'all can go ahead and retreat, as can y'all. I don't want y'all to take any more casualties. Actually, make sure they don't come back.
Honor and duty.
You're fighting him. Go Trek, let's get in on these guys. Battle Pilgrims, let's get on the Jezzails.
Jaeger.
Ooh, Repanse is not having a fun time against that Plague Priest.
are done. Repanse de Lyonesse.
Forbidden Rod doesn't seem that forbidden considering all wizards use it. I mean, just because something's called forbidden doesn't mean people aren't going to use it. It just means you're not supposed to. I mean, how many anime characters use forbidden techniques? You know what I mean?
Repanse de Lyonesse.
Okay, Plague Priest is dead.
At once.
Yeah, that was a settlement battle, so I don't need to worry about chasing people down. Let's just get our single entities all together so I can get everybody, like, topped off.
Come unto me.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Fromigman donated $5 through Super Chat. So what did
Thank
Tyrion
you.
think of Sigmar being real? I assume the High Elves just thought he was mistaken for a Syrian? Also, how'd their conversation go?
We don't get a lot of insight into them. It's mostly covered in the book Lord of the End Times, which is the like Black Library book that kind of focuses on like the point of view characters. Generally, kind of what it's said is that like Tyrion and Sigmar share like kind of like a lot of knowing glances, until I think Tyrion confronts him right before the Bretonnians leave. And the gist of the conversation is that Tyrion, if memory serves, the gist is basically that Tyrion isn't super impressed about that Sigmar is kind of like puppeting Karl Franz's corpse, instead of like revealing who he is. But he also knows that he is more than he appears to be. Because Sigmar very much tries to keep everything on the down low. He does not want to reveal that he's there for like a whole lot of reasons. He tries to kind of keep it on the down low. And Tyrion's the one that really kind of sniffs him out among the incarnates. But I don't... Tyrion's a little weird in the story because Tyrion doesn't like know a lot about humanity. He's not the most educated on like Sigmar and all that other jazz. And Teclis is like much more kind of shocked at Sigmar's actual rival than Tyrion is. Tyrion just kind of seems to kind of sort of take it in stride and then like moves on with his life. Whereas good old Teclis, who is much more like well-informed and educated on humans, Teclis is quite a bit more like, oh my god, holy shit. So I mean, for the most part, it's a bit of a back and forth about like what is he doing there? What are his actual objectives? Why is he pretending to be someone else? Yada, yada, yada. But Tyrion is almost kind of used as like oh, Sigmar is a real good guy and he's like the real deal. Because in a lot of ways, Sigmar is sort of treated as the only... Sigmar and Loremaster are very much treated as like the only true gods in the situation. Compared to everybody else. Where the elf gods very much kind of just, despite the fact that it's the end times and it's Ranadandra, which is supposed to be the time that the gods walk the world again. The elven gods kind of are like, nah, we're good. Like, they just keep doing their system of running through avatars as opposed to physically appearing, with the exception of Loremaster, who is supposed to be Ladriel, but the authors just decided fuck Ladriel, I guess, and just like punted that story into the ether.
Token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes.
The whole situation was a bit messy, to be frank.
I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Fromigman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Well, thank
you.
you.
In your opinion, who is the most interesting Grail Knight? So their history, deeds, and what they represent?
That's very hard to say. We don't know a lot about the mystery reveal. What? Mystery reveal to Tolkien Orcs or Warhammer's Triton? Loman, I don't understand what you're asking. Like what's the actual question here? Sorry, if you could elaborate, I'd be happy to answer it. From Magman, what in your opinion, who's the most interesting Grail Knight? So their history, deeds, and what they represent. I mean, for me personally, it's Lewin. Like, Lewin Lancur is so genuinely fascinating of a character. Because unlike a lot of Bretonnians, he, like, received a kiss from the lady, which you may go like, oh, well, that's cute, I guess. But it's actually, like, a genuinely significant thing. Like, it's not just some random, like, tee-hee moment. Like, it's actually says a significant amount about his character. That she was so deeply moved and inspired by him. That she made such a forward act. That she's never, like, Gilles Le Breton, as far as we know, Gilles Le Breton never received, like, a kiss or any form of physical affection from the Lady of the Lake. That is a feat only Lewin Lancur ever accomplished. And it's genuinely bonkers. And Lewin also is a character that there's a short story about him you can read. From the Hammer and Bolter series. I want to say it's Hammer and Bolter number 15 that you can find on the Black Library website. Excuse me. As an ebook. But it's called The Court Beneath by Nick Kine. And it's such a good book or story. Like, it's genuinely such a fucking fantastic and cool story. That follows Lewin getting that kiss and also earning the Grail, to drink from the Grail. And, like, he is so baller in that story. Because one of the things that's really fascinating is that he deals with an unusual legacy, according to the story, which is that his father was king. Because in order to be king of Bretonnia, you have to have taken the Grail vow. You can't just, like, goof your way into it. It is something you must have performed, or accomplished. But because of that, you would expect that Lewin's father, who presumably is also a Grail Knight, would be like a great and virtuous knight that his son loved very much, who had accomplished, like, great deeds and yada 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 yada. And it turns out, nope. When you're actually reading the story, Lewin's father is portrayed in a very negative light. Like, he comes off much more as a bit of a bastard, who doesn't really care about a lot of what's happening to Bretonnia, and he's very selfishly focused on his own ambitions and his own problems, which leads to some pretty interesting conflicts and, you know, like, situations of what motivates him, where, like, Lewin's big desire, like, his deepest desire is to be better than his father, and to try and, like, fix the problems that his father's, I wouldn't say laziness, but that his father's less noble traits have allowed to, like, fester in Bretonnia, which I personally find super interesting.
Come forth, men of fair Bretonnia.
Bro, these dwarfs love me. What the fuck? I love dwarfs that love me.
The forces of Nangao cannot all abandon their posts. Except
She says, as her old world storyline is about her abandoning her post. The only bad thing is it's gonna take me like 1,000 years to oh my god, I can almost get a fucking war zeppelins. Damn, the dwarfs are doing great. Holy shit. The Skaven are kind of on the pretty heavily on the back foot. Zhao Ming's doing super well. This is definitely an order tide match. I may have to go rather far afield to get all the victories I need. I've almost got short-term victory, but for long-term victory, I need 60 settlements, which is a lot. I'm probably gonna have to go to the New World. Luna has daddy issues? That appears to be the case, yes. Bronyu, hey, good to see you, my dude. Do you know if Bretonnia is getting a DLC or new units at least? I hope so, but I don't know, no. Sotek, how do you think Cathay will be, how present do you think Cathay will be going forward? Extremely. I think they're probably going to be damn close to the main character a lot of the time. To their origins. Are you Loman, are you asking me who has a more mysterious, like, history? Like, where they come from? Between Triton and Tolkien's orcs? Is that what you're asking? You mean Victory? Victory! Yeah.
I bid you welcome and invite you to say
You bring
Join war
token
against
trinket
Skaven?
to get
Sure.
fought. Yes, yes.
I need more enemies, to be honest.
Good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Fromigman donated $5 through Super Chat. What would it take for Arcane to come out and act before the end times in the setting? Alternatively, what would earn his attention if something was up?
at once.
So Archaon, for the most part, Archaon is a very, 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 very active character. He spends most of the setting, like the time in the setting, being a extremely active and persistent threat to the various forces in the Warhammer world. So he's like exploring the world, looking for the various artifacts of the Everchosen, and just, you know, being a general nuisance. This concludes with him acquiring all of the artifacts of chaos, which leads into the end times, like almost immediately. I think Archaon acquires all of the artifacts in like 2520. It might be 2522. I want to say it's 2520. And if that's the case, then like there really isn't that much time before or between him like having everything he needs to be declared Everchosen and unleashing his hordes upon the world. It's actually a fairly aggressive turnaround. That being said, if you were like, what if I wanted Archaon as Everchosen to move ahead of his horde, and like go out and be a nuisance and yada yada yada. If I wanted him to go out and being a big antagonist earlier than he ends up doing in the end times, what would need to happen? And I would say, generally speaking, you would need someone, you would need like Be'lakor breaking free, or like there to be a prophecy that Be'lakor or Archaon believes is true about someone who will defeat him if he does not move against them immediately. So like one thing they could have done that they ended up not doing is if you had had the prophecy of Malekith, where the prophecy talks about, well, to be fair, it's not exactly clear if the prophecy is even about Malekith or if it's about somebody else, but Malekith thinks it's about him. But if you were to do a whole thing with like, oh yeah, the prophecy is about Malekith, and it's this whole gimmick about how he's going to be defeated and cast down by a male sorcerer. So Malekith goes to like extraordinary lengths in order to subvert this prophecy and fuck it up and make sure it doesn't come to pass. And that ends up that Malekith puts into motion a series of events that can like prevent Archaon's rise or kill him or do anything like that. That could then have led to a situation where Archaon learns, like as he's becoming Everchosen or right after he becomes Everchosen or whatever, Archaon becomes aware of what exactly Malekith has done. And he says like, okay, no, I'm gonna stop this before it manages to really take off. So that could result in a story where he moves against Malekith early. So like Archaon unleashes like he has like a small but powerful horde, and he leads them personally down into Naggaroth to attack Malekith and kill him, or do whatever he has to do to subvert the prophecy, to make sure that Malekith isn't able to, you know, deal with him early. That is a storyline that theoretically could have existed, which would have, you know, required Archaon to get off his butt and move. As an example. Granted, just an example. I wouldn't read too much into it. Hopefully that answers your question. Oh, good old Felix. I think I'd rather have extra damage. And then for Go Trek, I think we want maxed out melee attack. And then you, what died? Oh, my halberds. All my halberds died. Okay. Well, what if we replace them with... I mean, I like having halberds in this army. They just kick the bucket really easily. I'd definitely like to get some catapults, but I don't think I can take them yet. Yeah, I think we're still working on that. Because I was going to build them at the Black Pyramid, but then I lost the Black Pyramid, and the AI fucking waddled in there and was like, oh, this is mine now. The absolute bastards. We're going to need more... Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I really don't like the Green Knight right now. He's so lame.
In the lady's name.
Like, God, is he lame at the moment. Why don't we... I guess I could just keep spamming him in her armies, because I've got infinite use of him, and he's always going to spawn where she is, which is annoying, but it is the way it is. So we'll just have her join Repanse, and he's just part of the character squad. The invincible character squad. Oh, we got Dreiska's power on Repanse! Oh my God, Repanse is literally unkillable. Repanse just became absolutely godlike. Dear God. Nothing can stop this woman. I'm pretty sure she could solo anything in the game now. Oh my God. Now I just gotta put the Trickster's helm on her head and we'll call it a day. Yeah, she's just a fucking chain now. Repanse has turned into the beat bitch I'm a bus meme. Is it possible for Order to set traps for Everchosens? Yes. I mean, 12 Everchosens have died. So presumably some of them have died in different circumstances. Would be a reasonable assumption. Hoppe, good to see you, dude. Thanks so much for coming by. Any prophecy in Warhammer come true? Yeah, the prophecy of Necrodomo the Insane about Archaon, that prophecy came true. Does she have health regen? I don't remember. She might. Good God, Repanse.
For Britonia,
you're scary, girl. I could give her regen if I gave her the, if I gave her Death Singer. If I gave her Death Singer, she'd have regen, but she doesn't need it. She's already, like, so over-the-top buff, it's not even funny. Alright, now we're gonna put the Helm of Dreska on Henry Le Massif. Because why not? I wish I had more enchanted items. Don't want to combine these. Yeah, that's fine. We can get a green weapon. The Brass Cleaver. Ooh.
I am ready.
Put that on my damsel that's in my unkillable hero squad.
For Britannia.
Hey, look, it's Queek Headtaker. Everyone say bye to Queek. Is Bellicor playing for a Lorebeards? Yes. Though I think we're waiting for... Actually, yes. We could probably do him relatively soon because I think his role in Lawhammer is over. Like, he's finished his arc for Lawhammer. So I'd have to check with Andy, but I'm pretty sure we'd be in the clear to do Bellicor. Bro, Gotrek, Felix, and the Green Knight. Like, what do you even do? Other than just, like, bend over and accept what's about to happen. You know what I mean? We're gonna put our halberds on top of our catapult to protect it. Same thing with our archers. We'll put the Beast Slayers of Baston. We'll just kind of surround these guys with peasants to make sure they can't get killed. Of our knights in front of them just hanging out. And then the character squad from hell. What can any rat do against such hate? What can one rat do against such horror? Rattling guns don't have magic attacks. They should have magic attacks. I should message the devs about that. Because it's warpstone ammunition, so it should be magical. Sup, nerds? Let's actually take out that chieftain. And fireball. And $12 below. And blind. And Awakening of the Wood. You're a quick, you little bitch. We'll have Felix give the Green Knight a ward save. Okay, Repanse is fucking up Queek. We are glorious, unkillable peasants. I'll have you know. Alright, good. The Skaven summons are just dying instantly, so that's fine. Oh, Queek's actually doing some damage to Repanse. He's level 40? Damn, alright. The AI's actually, like, gotten some levels on him. I'm a little impressed. Oh, look, another Dwellers. Do weapon teams ever try to eat their ammunition? If they're desperate enough, I could imagine it, yeah. If they've been, like, starving for weeks. But actually, no, Skaven wouldn't survive weeks without food. If they've been starving for days, I could absolutely see that. Knights, go get them. Repanse, don't let them get away. I'll go take out those nerds. Karagul! And cast a little spell. Just give everybody some. Give everybody some juice. That Quick's actually kind of putting up a fight. Like, he's putting some damage on people. He's putting some damage on Gotrek. I'm actually kind of impressed. Little bastards. Like, he actually lost from army losses before I could kill him. That's genuinely impressive. A Queek the Formidable, damn. Alright, Queek, game recognized game. Despite all my, like, bullshit heals, he actually got some damage on me. Is there a plan for another what if some 40k? Yes, there is. Not like super duper duper soon, but soon-ish. There is plans to return to the what if 40k thing. I don't know. I think the goal for next time will be to try and have Pancreas and somebody else. But I'm not 100% sure who yet. Clearly, Repanse now needs the Book of Corn buffs. Hell yeah, brother! Just turn her into, like, she just goes and gives Corn a wedgie and just steals all his shit. Repanse is just like, I'm in charge now. You call yourself a blood god and you're not even a woman? I put out way more blood than you do. Oh, that plus 10 bonus versus infantry is so nice.
That is impossible now.
She's so scary, dude. Bretonia needs better skill trees. Their skill trees are so barren, dude.
My reputation precedes me.
So John, heads out.
Slay them.
Stomp. Hey, Bronyu, have a good day, dude. Thanks so much for coming by. It's always lovely to see your fucking beautiful face, my man. Please have a good one. Actually, I want the blessing of the lady. Tell us something about Nippon. Ooh, there's not a lot to share, to be honest. Nippon is very, 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 very underdeveloped. The biggest thing that we know about it is that... So the biggest thing we know about it in the modernish lore is that it has faced a considerable amount of threat from Grand Cathay. Like, it and Grand Cathay have had spats and they have fought one another for many years. We also know that the original version of Nippon is almost assuredly not going to be the modern version, because it had the rather goofy concept of that pretty much all of the units were named after, like, known Japanese car brands from a British perspective. I would also be we also know it has a samurai culture. Compared to, based on what little lore we have, there is said to be a notable samurai culture there. If we are to believe kind of some Eshin older, but still seemingly canon Eshin scraps, it also has a notable ninja culture, though we don't know exactly to what extent.
You ask.
There's also, I personally believe, I don't have like 100% evidence, but I feel pretty goddamn certain that it's going to be revealed that the Shadow Dragon of Cathay is going to be in Nippon. He's going to be there. I suspect that he's gonna have, like, chosen to betray Cathay in favor of Nippon for some mysterious reason. Hey, Opakis, what's up? Do you think CA would make unique models for the Lizard and Blessed Spawn? No. No, I don't. I don't think they would be willing to invest that much effort for such a niche thing. Now, could they make them have, like, unique color scheme? Could all sacred spawnings have a unique color scheme? That's possible. I mean, that's technically the case in game right now. That all the blessed spawnings have a unique color scheme for their back, their crests and stuff. But you know, is it possible that they would do something more? If it's just color, yes. If you are talking about, like, actual fancier models, then I would say no, that's definitely not going to happen. Do you think we would get a legendary hero for each of the... Yeah, Chancellor, 100%, yes. They've promised that. I can tell you for a fact, like, not a hypothesis, I can tell you for a fact that every single Tides of Torment faction is getting at least one legendary lord, one generic lord, one legendary hero, one generic hero, and 5 units. All 3 of them are getting that. Guaranteed. Alright, we've hit 10,000 chivalry.
Do you know who I am?
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, if anyone says otherwise, they are a fucking liar. And you can tell them I said that. Alright, Spike Peak. Just give me money, dude. I just need money. We're at that point in the campaign where all there's really left to do is just blitz through everything. Bashing and smashing our way to success. I need 3 more for the short victory.
I am ready.
Ugh.
Can I assist?
We're not even halfway to a long victory. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I mean, we might still get a couple of good fights, but this army is so grotesquely overpowered. I do not think there's anything that could fight it and survive. Like, the only reason we'll need to fight battles is just because auto-resolve being unfavorable towards us. Do I have the Skaven? Yes, I do have the Sewer Degree. Okay, let's get... Not really dealing with a lot of greenskins right now. Or Norskins or Dark Elves. So let's get Lords of Athel Lauren, because the Wood Elves are kind of like, hey, what's up? Doesn't help that, like, the world is so order favored that it's just kind of silly at this point. I fucking hate the victory objectives, dude. I hate it so much that the game's like, well, even though you've basically won, you need to personally right-click on all these different settlements. I feel like if it was like, oh, you and your military allies have to have, like, X amount, that would be fine. I could live with that. The fact that it's like, no, you personally have to go conquer all this shit is like, dear God, dude, are you kidding? We can head towards the Chaos Dwarfs with Repanse. Well, we'll finish clearing out the Skaven first, but... No grander strategy, just auto-resolve. I mean, you reach that point eventually. Well, especially because I'm a little bit on the tired end. And I don't know how, like, Cleo streams for, like, 12 fucking hours. I'm at, like, 4.5, and I could tell him at the point where my brain's kind of like, ugh. Like, I don't know if they like stop for food breaks or like just go hang out or what. Maybe that's my problem. I don't stop for enough breaks. Like, maybe I should stop every 30 minutes for like 3 minutes and spend that time like exercising and stuff, and that would give me a lot more stamina. Because I don't know how some streamers do it, man. They just go on and on and on and on, and I'm like, I'm flagging. We'll at least get the short-term victory today. Okay, I don't care about your agents, dude. You can turn that off. It's a lot of rats. Hey, Hazmat, what's up, dude? Fucking, can we get a shout out, mods, for Hazmat on Twitch? Because Hazmat is like the fucking coolest dude. I met him at Offguy, and he was a super sweet being. Do I think we'll get Core Hill? No, sadly not. Trust me, I want Core Hill so bad, but no, I don't think we're gonna get Core Hill. I think that we're gonna get Caradryan. Because at the end of the day, Caradryan is a lot easier to implement. If you try and do Core Hill, like, but so Caradryan will be very simple because I'm pretty much ironclad on the idea that the generic lord is going to be the Anointed of Assurin, because that's the only like standard lord we're missing. And if they give us the Anointed of Assurin, developing Caradryan at the same time would be like child's play. Like, that would be so easy and would be like a nice, solid, straightforward decision. Whereas if they tried to develop having a brain fart. If they try and develop Core Hill, that's gonna require at least some messing around. Okay, I don't like the Crown Command, so I'm happy combining these. Main of the Pure Breed again. Whoop-de-doo. Not super useful on her because I'm not running a very cav-heavy army. I guess I could put it on Repanse. It's not useless on Repanse. But the Ruby Ring does give her fire damage and plus 15. I think she'd be better with the main. Let's put the Potion of Healing on... Gotrek got regen. Could put it on Felix.
Honor before glory. Yes.
Or I could put it on this damsel, just make sure she doesn't like blow up. Yeah, that's fine. Especially because it gives her more bigger healing cap as well. Opal defense, yeah, that's fine. Spell shield, cool. Yep. And pit fighter and valet. Good shit. Okay. So we're gonna lay siege to Magritta. Repanse, I'm gonna go punch this giant army of rat boys, which it is truly a fearsome army, but I have my character squad is gonna delete it off the face of the earth. Personally, when it comes to long streams, it's way easier to go long if I'm in the game or the bit behind the game. Like the long drive, I can go for a long stream if I'm going with the chat is the kid in the backseat bit. That's fair. That's fair. For me, it's like I get physically uncomfortable is my thing. Is I start getting like just tired. Am I just old? Which Tides of Torment faction you gonna play first? Norska. Easily Norska. I am so excited for the new Norska stuff. It's not even funny. And that was before they revealed the Famir Noble, which I really hope CA listens to me and remakes them into a lord instead of a hero. But I am like shit my pants level excited for Norska, dude. Like, oh my god, I'm so excited for Norska. You just can't go wrong with it. Like, I want to hear Throg's new voice acting. I want to see Wolfric's new mechanic. Like, there's so much good shit. I'm very, very excited.
Fool things come to raid clan.
Froggy PhD, hello there, first of all. Hi there, Froggy. Froggy is super duper cool. If y'all haven't checked out Froggy, if we could get a shout out for them, that'd be great. But if y'all haven't checked out Froggy, Froggy is an incredibly skilled painter who paints a lot of Warhammer minis. And also has showed up on a lot of our buddy Aurelia Tempers's streams. Froggy is like the best. They do super duper 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 awesome things. So, like, if you're not following them on YouTube and Twitch, I don't know what to tell you. You're a damn fool. So get on that. You as well, YouTube. But hello, Froggy's chat. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Loremaster of Sotek. I'm considered one of the premier authorities on Warhammer fantasy, lore, and literature. I do pretty much everything you can imagine involving Warhammer fantasy. I do the roleplay game, I do painting the minis, I do playing the tabletop game, I do the lore, I do the video games. I've been heavily involved up to my elbow in them. And that's provided me a lot of awesome opportunities to travel and get to know people behind it. I run a podcast twice a week called Lorebeards, where I work with Andy Law, who has written a good amount for Warhammer Fantasy and was even the lead developer on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition when it was first being developed. And we do a lot of really, really cool stuff. He also designed a lot of maps and stuff for 40k. So if you're like a 40k person, we occasionally talk about little things. Like, we did a stream with someone you may know by the name of Pancreas No Work, where we did a whole stream on what if the Ultramarines invaded the Warhammer Fantasy planet. And it was a super duper fun, really, 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 really stupid stream. And I mean that in the most positive and delightful way. It was a super fun time. But we are playing a Bretonnia campaign because I'm trying to get all the Steam achievements. And I haven't gotten it with Bretonnia yet. So we have Repanse de Lyonesse here. Yeah, her. With a full hero army. Well, not full, but we have we've got a big squad of just basically unkillable characters that are kicking ass and chewing bubblegum. Wow, I'm taking a shitload of with Henry. Henry! We need to shut down those warp fire throwers. I need Repanse to get on the enemy general. Yeah, that's okay. Trying to figure out if the Jezzails are doing more damage to me or the warp fire throwers. And I think it's the Jezzails. Do more dwellers below over here. Okay, Repanse is whooping up on the Master Assassin. Good stuff. Packmaster just joined into the fray. Just has a lot of shooting, which is very spooky. Oh, okay, let's pull you back so I can get you some heals in a bit. Drop dwellers below here. Repanse is almost finished off the Master Assassin. Am I winning the total war? I'd say we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Though things are getting a little spooky at the moment. These Skaven are actually dealing a pretty righteous amount of damage to us. Gotrek and Felix are just grooving. My other characters I'm worried about.
I accept your offering.
No, don't let him get away. Get him.
Scion of the Emperor donated 30 Australian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat.
Fonzie Lady!
Marines really aren't your thing, but I'm so fucking happy about the scouring being announced. There's so much
Henry, dodge!
that needs to be fleshed out. I'm hoping for 20 to 30.
Hold on. Sorry, distracted. Oh god, get out of there, Henry. Evasive actions! Evasive maneuvers! They're sniping him! Evasive action! Land! Ah! Okay, we're gonna let... Oh, the Green Knight's about to... Well, I don't really give a shit the Green Knight dice, but... Okay, I think he's done summoning troops, so we need to... get organized back here. Forward!
Orders, my lord!
Forward!
Take the town!
Okay, Repanse, you start heading back. Green Knight, let's chase after these guys. Let's get off a big heal on Henry,
Take the ground!
which will get him back to healthy health.
Blade is yours!
We've done a ton of damage, but like, holy shit, we've taken a lot of damage. Are Skaven actually going to be able to speed bump me?
Why not?
I've been pretty much invincible up to this point. Chase them off. Trebuchet, if we could counter battery their catapults, that would be super cool. Peasants!
We are ready!
Forward!
Peasant bowman!
Who do I have to assassinate to make Talea and Kislev happen before, or Talea and Astalia happen before Kislev? Bro, those are questions that are too advanced for modern society. That is some dark and terrible knowledge you're bargaining.
I'll die willingly!
Okay, Repanse is taking out that catapult. Green Knight's down. I need to shut down all this firepower back here.
Battle pilgrims!
Oh my god, he still has more summons? Are you fucking with me?
Attack! Bowman!
Let's get in there, lads!
For the grail!
You lot, I need to come shut down over here. Damsel, let's do a Dwellers Below here to buy us a bit of time, and I want you to retreat to safety.
What order?
Okay, archers are firing. We're in combat. Henry's shutting that down. She's shutting that down. Gotrek and Felix are back to back and doing good. We just got to keep all their buffs active. Fuck on you. Good job, Repanse. Okay, Henry is shutting down all the war machines. Holy mother of damage. Catapults, if we could fire... let's focus the death blow bombardiers. Henry, back up. Retreat to a safe distance. Repanse! Let's go on that Packmaster. Okay, you're fighting the Brood Horror. That's a good matchup for them. We need a big Dwellers right there. There's just so much shooting, like, oh my good lord. Okay, we're gonna follow you back to safety. What do we got here? Knights. Knights, let's shut down enemy artillery. Henry, get your ass in here. Repanse, that Packmaster's gonna die.
I will.
Okay, let's focus on killing him. Archers, y'all can retreat. Let's not overstay our survivals here. Fall back! Fall back! We just gotta keep an eye on our damsel here. She is our best bet at wiping out what's left of these assholes. Oh my god, that is so much garbage to still deal with. We go through the forest. Okay, good. Y'all are all done. Let's head over to where Henry is. Oh my god, that was a shit ton of damage right there. Get out of there. Character squad, let's go! Go make sure that catapult doesn't come back. You have my permission to flee the field. Everybody get the hell out! Get out of here! Don't lose sight of her. We're gonna come over this way. Alright, you go after them. Go Trek, let's get you on these warp lock Jazales. This turned out to be a much uglier fight than I thought. That's okay though. Okay, you're safe for the moment. So we're gonna let our damsel just hang out in stealth. building up our wins until we need her most. Gotrek's chasing those guys. Repanse. Okay, go ahead and pop that. She's just gonna keep harassing these guys. Felix, what are you fighting? Storm Vermin? That's not a great matchup for you. What do I want to do here? If I could get... Are you faster than them? They are speed 38. No, you're slower than them. Yeah, I guess you just kind of have to fight. Yeah, I'm most afraid of the Giselles. Because they deal so much goddamn damage. See if I can get Felix out of there. Okay, good job, Henry. Let's get you to come harass these guys. I don't know how they could see me, but whatever. Okay, Felix, why don't you run over this way? Demoiselle, if you will keep on the move, we can go harass those storm vermin. Repanse is just chopping people up. Henry, we're gonna harass that. I should be able to lure those boys. Just pop all of Gotrek's buffs. Hopefully they hit the... Yeah, they hit the storm vermin. Nice. Oh, the friendly fire is delicious. Here, Felix, you can chase these guys off so I can get Henry to chase more important things. Repanse, you're doing great. Gotrek, you're doing great. Okay, Gotrek, we need to get on... Take out these plague monks. To death! You little shits. Pop that. Okay, I need to shut down this unit of Giselles. Gonna hit these storm vermin with another awakening in the wood, which will reduce their speed, making sure they don't catch up to him anytime soon. Also gives a little healing to Gotrek and Repanse. Give myself some more buffs. How many kills is Repanse at? 118? Not bad. Okay, Henry, let's make sure that unit leaves and does not come back. Felix is doing his job. Ideally, they will do a big surround on Gotrek, and I can just nuke them from orbit with a Dwellers Below. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Money shot! Blue Tiger, thank you so much for the 25 months. I really appreciate it. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. All right, that'll get rid of most of the storm vermin. Gotrek could not give less shits. Ow, 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 ow. God, those storm vermin are... Those, Giselles are fucking awful. Alright, that got rid of the vast majority of storm vermin. Though there's another big pocket of them over here, so I need to go over and deal with that. Okay, Felix will eventually catch those guys. So we can start bringing Henry over this way to help me finish off the Giselles. Ooh, careful. Oh god, bullets. Oh, dodging Giselles is so scary. Okay, we're gonna drop another Dwellers Below here. Gotrek is doing his job. Alright, Henry, we're just gonna beeline for these Giselles. I'm gonna pop Holy Wrath. Come here, you little shit! Okay, looks like Felix is caught up to those guys. I only have 6 winds of magic left, so I have enough for 2. I don't have... Oh, those are Rattling guns. Yeah, fuck you, bye. Oh, land! 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 Ah! Ooh, good dodge, Henry. Good dodge.
Gotrek! Your call! Still here!
Man, Gotrek does not give a fuck, and I love that about him.
Paladin of Bretonia, right away.
Okay, we can hop back in the air.
Where's the kill?
Oh, God, hurts.
Ready!
Man, he is hauling ass. Look at that 73 speed. He's running so fast. Oh, my good lord. Okay, good. That shuts down that rattling gun. I'm going to go over here and deal with these nerds. Honestly, I think the best use of our remaining magic is to do an Awakening of the Wood on the Storm Vermin. Just get rid of them. Free Repanse so she can go help shut down what's left of all these enemy ranged units. Oh, God, it hurts. Get him, Repanse! Oof. Okay. We are on the rattling guns. The Jezzails have been shut down. Gotrek is fighting a mutant rat ogre on cocaine. But granted, this is like an ideal matchup for him, so he should win this pretty handedly. Repanse is messing up the rattling guns. Gonna tell the scanner probably like, this is bullshit. Here comes the Grayseer. I'm gonna have to fight him. Okay, we're just gonna start shutting down pockets here. There we go.
My soul is
Oh, is that army losses? Oh, victory! I popped the potion of foolhardiness. Wow. The AI actually made good use of the potion of foolhardiness. Color me shocked.
Victory is assured. Your command. Attack!
Get his ass! Get his ass! Whew! All right, that was a fight.
Yes.
But we got through it. We got through it somehow, some way. Repanse like barely took any damage. She's like, yeah, whatever. I can do that I could do that for weeks. Gotrek hit his healing cap finally. Repanse is still not at her healing cap. How much more does she have? Repanse still had... Oh, God, I forget where it shows up. Oh, Repanse still... No, that's not where it shows up. I don't remember where it shows up on the new system. Because that's how much health she currently has. And that's her max health, but that doesn't tell us how many regen hit points she had left. But whatever, it's fine. Well, that was absolutely fucking brutal. 55 people walked away from that fight. But that was 3,000 Skaven, so... And they were all very elite Skaven. Like, those are all very, very good Skaven. Sign of the Emperor, thank you so much for the super chat. I know 30k in Space Marines aren't really your thing, but I'm so fucking happy about the Scouring being announced. There's so much for from at the end of the period that needs to be fleshed out, and hope for 20 to 30 books. Good lord. Couldn't be me, fam. Could not be me. I don't know. I want others, like, I very much understand the desire for like more lore. It's like the Horus Heresy just finished and it was so fucking long. Like, it lasted for literal decades. It was so insanely long. And I wish that they were putting that effort into something different. Like, I feel like Old World should be getting the next, like, 50 book series. Rather than, oh, it's Horus Heresy again. But I realize that, you know, GW is motivated by money. Understandably. As much as I don't like it.
You require magic. My lady brought me your
And now I get to heal like an absolute bastard.
Come unto me. Priestess of the lady.
I am more than happy for the Skaven to sit there while I get back to full health. When do I think we'll get another Tides of Torment trailer? So I think you'll get the Tides of Torment trailer, because like you haven't really gotten it yet. We've gotten a part of the trailer, but we haven't gotten like the full trailer. I suspect you will get the full trailer. I would probably guesstimate. See, I would probably say the end of August, maybe mid-September, depending on how it's going. I would say probably like September 12th ish. They should have focused on Age of Sigmar. I mean, Age of Sigmar's got a pretty solid set of books. Old World was sold to me and the public as, oh, this is going to be the Horus Heresy of fantasy. And so far, GW has invested significantly less into Old World, lore-wise, than they have into the Horus Heresy.
I see much.
It's like, I just want lore. I just want lore. Just watched the Summerfest stream. Oh, how was it? Anything interesting? Oh wait, you talking about the GW one, or are you talking about like a video game one? I'm not sure which one we're discussing. Because everything sort of blends together for me.
Yes, I seek glory. Attack.
Felix, you're so slow.
The lady awaits. Damsel. Power of the lady. Forthwith. Child of light. At war.
I can tell the Skaven must have like really good upgraded tech, because they fucking hurt.
Jaeger. Strike. I suppose so.
Orders. Power of light. Know my strength.
I will. Jaeger.
Your behest. The true heart shall prevail.
Oh, the GW one. Overall, I was pretty happy with the show.
The lady's sword.
The Chaos Dwarf reveals were fantastic. I'm really pleased with the Chaos Dwarf range. I think the official color scheme from the studio is not great. I don't know why they decided to paint them like sickly corpse green, because it makes them look like Skaven almost. So that was weird. I wasn't a huge fan of that. But overall, I thought it was a very good set of releases. War Druid, thank you for the 30 months, by the way. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, dude. It's good to see you. And Blue Tiger 6464, thank you very much for the 25 months. But yeah.
The Lyonesse.
Level 50 Repanse. God damn. Yeah, we should probably make her like increased reinforcement time would actually be quite nice. But Also, being able to catch... Yeah, no, I'm going to take Premonition. Because that'll let me, like, catch Skaven. If they try and, like, underway away from me, it'll actually let me catch them. Which is really, really handy. Sure, whatever. Or Felix, any more defensive upgrades? No, all this left is offense. Well, no, I can give him missile resistance, which is nothing to sneeze at. For Gotrek, let's get missile resistance and more melee defense.
Shall we?
And we can... Okay. It's mostly monsters. There's not a lot of shooting. So I think we can win this despite the fact it's overwhelmingly huge. Where's the Arbites DLC for Warhammer 3? I think that was technically... What would Arbites be? They'd probably be like Kislev, right? Well, no. I mean, the Empire has war dogs. We haven't gotten them in game yet, but war dogs are definitely a thing in the setting. Oh, good God. I just got to get into the big monster pack. If I can kill the big monster pack, we're golden. I'm not worried about all the other junk. I'm going to make the rest of my army just flee off the battlefield. Like right at the start. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run.
Token trinket to give to Throt. Yes,
Leave
yes.
and never come back. Does he have any war machines? He does, so Henry needs to take those out.
Scion of the Emperor donated 30 Australian dollars.
Thank you, Scion. I appreciate that.
Through Super Chat. I guess part of why the HH sells so well is the mixture of family drama and soul-rending tragedy of the whole affair. Great friendships ending in fratricide. The death of the Emperor's dream for humanity.
I mean, I would counter-argue that it sells really well because it's like the only thing GW releases. It's like the only thing Games Workshop supports. But that's just my old man shaking fist at cloud opinion. Please do feel free to ignore. In fact, I would encourage it. Is that the Council Guard? Ugh. Oh no, it's East Coast Triads. Okay. That's the Council Guard.
The lady awaits. It is finished.
Hero of Bretonia.
You're doing great. Y'all just have to survive while I overcast this spell over and over and over.
At once.
Okay, you need to get out of there.
For Ilka.
You've done your job. Oh, shit. Those throwing stars are gonna hurt.
Repanse de Lyonesse.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut down these gutter runners. I could do melee damage reflection, but I don't think it's as good on like a singular character. Overcast dwellers, let's go! Oh, that's gonna kill so many Skaven. Ha ha ha! Oh my good God, they're all fucking dying. You'll love to see it. Could you kill that war machine? That would be great. I'm gonna run away. Go track Gurnison. Just gonna save my magic so I can do it again. Alright, it's dueling the Doom Wheel, and it can hopefully kill the General here in a second. Get a fat ward save on Gotrek. Oh, stop shooting at me, please. Ah! Halo! Kaboom! Okay, we can go ahead and drop one of these. Okay, now you duel more Skatar's Hellion here. Okay, you need to go after the enemy general. Go, Trek. Help me with these big beasties. I just gotta keep an eye on Henry. God. There's so many rats! Oh, Felix is taking a bit of a beating. I need Repanse over here. Okay, enemy general's almost dead. Which will be good, because that'll lower the Skaven leadership by a good chunk. Ooh, Felix, Council Guard is like a hard counter for you. Okay, drop this, which will clear out some space, and then I can start jumping on the Council Guard. Okay, enemy general's dead. Cool. Henry can duel and kill the Hellpit Abomination. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! So they're trying a hero-only campaign. Not intentionally. It's just all that survived to this point. So we can get on these, harass these gutter runners a bit. We're gonna need at least one more big spell for the Council Guard. Because holy sweet jeebus are they durable. Durable and unbreakable. Nasty ass combo. Stop shooting me, it hurts. Okay, that should get rid of the Council Guard. Or at least significantly wound them. Okay, Repanse has got to duel the Hell Pit. Hey, good job, Henry. Okay, let's get you the hell out of there. Up you get. Alright. And then we're going to come over here and we're going to start taking out all these ranged units. Scary, 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 scary. Good lad. Let's get on more Skatar's Hellion here. He's got ups. Oh, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. Okay, that's another Hell Pit popped. Okay, she can head back this way. Gotrek's dueling a Hell Pit Abomination, which is cool. We're gonna Awakening the Wood on these Night Runners just to start dealing them some damage. No, there's army losses. To the bitter end! Holy sweet jeebus. Alright, it's just the Council Guard left. We don't want Felix fighting them because Felix will just take a bunch of unnecessary damage. Boop.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering.
Scion, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much, dude. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Donated $30.99 through super chat. I would really like something similar for fantasy though. There were the old time of Legends books for fantasy, but a cohesive story going from the 3 and 0 to the end of the Great War would be fantastic.
Yeah, I do have a hard agree there. The World of Legends series generally were pretty well done. I would just like to see that return. But yeah, being able to get like a nice organized storyline would be pretty cool. Goddamn council guard, dude. These assholes really are to the bitter end. Go get him, Go Trek. You're up. I am all out of magic. I'm out of juice.
Chevaliers, ready!
Get him! Get him!
I serve the lady at once!
Should be able to get a bit more healing.
The
Ah.
true heart shall prevail!
Victory! And we're in much better healing than we were earlier. Did the rest of your army get murked? Oh yeah, big time. In the last battle. This was the follow-up battle. The problem with the last one compared to this one is the last one they had a ridiculous amount of shooting. Like Giselles, rattling guns, death globe bombardiers, like just so much shooting. And my characters were actually starting to get kind of shredded. Whereas this one, they didn't have much in the way of shooting, so my damsel got 1,500 kills just spamming Dwellers Below.
We rule here now.
Ooh, Crusader. Perfect vigor for Repanse. Nice.
Lyonesse!
Well, I mean, she already had perfect vigor now that I think about it. They should make it where that does not get perfect vigor anymore, because you get perfect vigor from your damn vow, so it's a lot easier to get. That should give, like, Strider, maybe. Let's get Mark of Hish for Felix. Go Trek, let's keep getting your melee defense up.
For Britonia, for the lady!
Black Iron Mine, we want a
And
garrison.
I assist.
I'm also gonna have to sit here for a few turns to get my army back. I want Battle Pilgrims and Foot Squires, Halberds, a unit of archers, and I think I'm out of money for long distance stuff.
For the lady!
Do I want like a unit of elves? Unit of swordmasters could be kind of cool, but I don't get all my sexy buffs with them. They're just kind of there. Well, maybe looks like I'm buffing them a little bit.
Blessings of the lady be upon you. Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you nerds are about to hit Skaven Blight, which will be rather spooky. The Wizard Caliph's Palace. I think we'll build a tavern here, I guess. I don't know what else to... Yeah. Well, if I build this, I get more paladins at least, so I guess we'll go with the paladin option. Where's my third army? Oh, they're there.
By the lady.
And I want you to take your time to actually get inside.
Slay them.
Loremaster, what kind of implications does knowing Hatchet is for sure a corrupted ancestor god have for the dwarves? I mean, if you go watch the Lorebeards episode we did on Mingolzar Nagrund, which is the capital of the Chaos Dwarf Empire, I would say that in that stream we do a pretty goddamn good job of covering what the implications would be, because this is something that me and Andy actually predicted a while ago, that the most logical thing for Hatchet to be would be a ancestor god that ascended to demonhood and essentially became a god. So it makes sense, to be honest. The big question will be who he is, and if they're gonna have any hints about like explicitly who he is, and also what were his domains. The most exciting option, in my opinion, would be if he ends up being Skavor. If Hashep ends up being revealed to be Skavor, I would be delighted. That would be a very, very, very cool reveal. But will be probably the biggest thing that I'm curious about, that would be a bit of an interesting retcon, would be, do the dwarfs know? Like, did the dwarfs know that Hachette was an ancestor god this entire time? Or did they, or is that a secret that only the Chaos Warden know? Because that would have huge ramifications. Like, if the dwarfs knew that one of their gods fell before Chaos, I imagine that would put them in a very different, shall we say, that would probably have them in a much more difficult point of view about how to handle and think about such things. Because, like, how do you deal with the fact that your god was corrupt, you know, or corrupted? Like, that is a fucking tough pill to swallow. Actually, no, I don't want Grogars, I want Granites. I mean, do even the Chaos Warden know? Maybe, we don't know yet. We have to wait till the book comes out. I hope it's not the whole story, but Grugni has this traumatic event along with the ancestor gods you didn't talk about. I suspect that Hachette's fall is part of it. That would be, I don't think I would like that personally, because that would imply that, like, Hachette didn't fall until Age of Sigmar, when we know that Hachette has existed since Old Fantasy. I would hope maybe it's like that's when Grugni finds out about it. Like, that's when Hachette confronts him and his siblings. Or his kin. Is that Hachette, like, reveals himself during Age of Sigmar to the other ancestor gods and reveals what he actually is. Because that, I mean, that would be pretty traumatic for them. Yeah, Age of Sigmar is an entire setting, not the Age of Sigmar, the time period, the era. Best Secret Repanse lore tidbit, that the big sword that she wields, funny enough, was not, like, technically given to her by any reasonable legal authority. Instead, she was just guided, in her words, was guided by the Lady of the Lake, and she followed it she followed it to that location, and it led her to a Grail chapel where there was a dead Grail Knight, and she basically just robbed his shit. She was like, oh, the lady led me here so I could have this sword. Yoink. Which I find delightful. Like, that's just funny to me. Actually, instead of this, let's go with a... God, it takes 6 fucking turns. Whatever, it's fine. I can wait. I've got other armies running around doing shit. Decisive victory at Skaven Blight. Hell yeah. Burn it. That gave me the blessing of the lady? You're damn right it did. Of course the lady would bless me for destroying Skaven Blight. It makes perfect sense. It's all coming together.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X100. Do the ancestor gods know of
Short
Hachette?
victory! Woohoo! +3 capacity for all heroes.
What is your behest?
Sad Bretonia, and there are only 2 different hero options. Arcane Conduit. Do the ancestor gods know of Hachette? We don't know. Hachette did not exist as a entity, as far as we know, when the ancestor gods left the basically left the dwarfs and went back to their like realm beneath the earth. The Arclesiastium of Myrmidia. So sexy. Wish it gave some battle stats. I mean, this is all nice, but I do wish it gave some actual like flat battle stats, but that's okay.
Devotee of the lady.
Devotee of the lady. Karakazul, build those walls!
She speaks, I listen.
Definitely is time for more army. Why am I? Someone asked why I'm so far north earlier. It's because the south is owned by like the Grand Alliance of Order. So there's nothing for me to conquer in the south. So I might as well go north. There's nothing down here for me. Like, I'd have to go all the way down to the very tippy bottom to get at Zinch, and I just could not be bothered. I'll let Oxiodal and Teclis and them deal with that. I'm gonna go fight north and punch all this shit in the face.
I serve the lady.
Yeah. But we got our short-term victory. So the only thing left to do to win our Bretonia campaign is just to destroy 30 more settlements. That's it. But I think this is a reasonable place to stop for today. We've been going now for about 5.5 hours, and I need to get dinner. So I'm going to stop for dinner, especially because I'd like to record a video about Tomb King stuff tonight. And I am trying to be a big boy and do my own editing. So when I make videos, it takes a bit because I have to figure out how to do everything. So yeah, but I think this is a reasonable stopping point for us today. I hope you all had fun. Hope you learned some lore. How long do you think your campaign is over, and what campaign am I going to do next? I think we can finish this next stream, or at least get far enough that like whatever few settlements are left, we could just sort of be like, I'll finish it off stream. But we'll do one more Repanse stream. And then after Repanse, we're gonna do, let's see, who do I have left? I still have Warriors of Chaos, Skaven, High Elves, and Norska. So I would say we'll probably do Skaven next. Yeah. So we'll do Skaven after Bretonia, and then we'll see where we're at. More than likely by that point, because like we'll be doing other stuff. I'm thinking by that point Tides of Torment might be out, but if Tides of Torment is not out by that point, we'll then do Warriors of Chaos. And then Tides of Torment will definitely be out. So Skaven will definitely be next time. So anyway, I hope you all have a lovely, wonderful day and enjoyed the stream. And I hope to see you again in the future. And thank you all very much for coming by, and appreciate you spending time to hang out with me. I'm going to find some raid locations for you all to go check out and see some friends of mine. And I'll be seeing you. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.